We walked for miles along the beach. We walked for miles along the beach. He plays football every Saturday. He plays football every Saturday. Should we change our approach? Should we change our approach? Should he live? Should he live? One evening ago we were not interested. One evening ago we were not interested. I'm not continuing now. I'm not continuing now. I am likely to like honest and sincere people. I am likely to like honest and sincere people. Don't you have a pension? Don't you have a pension? That plan may not develop normally. May not develop normally. The meeting between the two leaders focused on trade agreements. The meeting between the two leaders focused on trade agreements. I rode my bike to the park. I rode my bike to the park. Will it take off right away? Will it take off right away? My mother was a dermatologist. My mother was a dermatologist. Are his relatives butchers? Are his relatives butchers? Do they always have to blame? Do they always have to blame? 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock. The color of the sky changes throughout the day. The color of the sky changes throughout the day. I want nothing more than to be with you. I want nothing more than to be with you. Didn't she wait? Didn't she wait? Can't pay after 4 months? Can't pay after 4 months? I want to sell you this watch. I want to sell you this watch. Then he is convinced. Then he is convinced. The cable company is coming to set up our new internet connection. The cable company is coming to set up our new internet connection. Is your mother-in-law a historian? Is your mother-in-law a historian? I hate the color black. I hate the color black. Do I often forget? Do I often forget? Do you climb? Do you climb? The black cat crossed the street in front of me. The black cat crossed the street in front of me. I nanny next year. I nanny next year. Can't I be a bricklayer soon? Can't I be a bricklayer soon? Are you responsible? Are you responsible? Works for 10 years. Works for 10 years. Would I learn? Would I learn? I have to forgive the dogs. I have to forgive the dogs. Can't you reduce? Can't you reduce? Is your stepmother a golfer? Is your stepmother a golfer? Are their stepdaughters a pharmacist? Are their stepdaughters a pharmacist? Can't it tempt at dawn? Can't it tempt at dawn? Shouldn't it turn? Shouldn't it turn? Can't it? Can't it? Not everyone is comfortable speaking in public. Not everyone is comfortable speaking in public. Is your colleague an accountant? Is your colleague an accountant? Can't they work normally? Can't they work normally? He went to the beach with his friends. He went to the beach with his friends. Can we live at sunrise? Can we live at sunrise? Do you have a limit each week? Do you have a limit each week? Cannot object after 4 weeks. Cannot object after 4 weeks. Can it make cream? Can it make cream? Sometimes he learned. Sometimes he learned. Will it not work? Will it not work? Announced. Announced. I'm not sure what I'm doing, but I'll keep trying. I'm not sure what I'm doing, but I'll keep trying. Is her half-sister a statistician? Is her half-sister a statistician? You prefer weekly. You prefer weekly. Do you wake up often? Do you wake up often? They can never be surgeons. They can never be surgeons. Should I go to the pediatrician at sunrise? Should I go to the pediatrician at sunrise? We are not cardiologists for 2 weeks. We are not cardiologists for 2 weeks. They rarely became psychiatrists. They rarely became psychiatrists. Was our aunt an engineer? Was our aunt an engineer? It was not the place. It was not the place. We do not reflect. We do not reflect. My brother was an architect. My brother was an architect. Does he want it now? Does he want it now? Do we have to write a diary? Do we have to write a diary? Are we visible every year? Are we visible every year? He shouldn't be directing every week. He shouldn't be directing every week. Normally I should imply. Normally I should imply. English is an important language to learn. English is an important language to learn. I have a blue pen. I have a blue pen. Did they do it every month? Did they do it every month? By the end of the week I will have worked 10 hours. By the end of the week I will have worked 10 hours. He will be training for 6 months when the race starts. He will be training for 6 months when the race starts. Should throw. Should throw. We may not object after 5 months. We may not object after 5 months. Did he always set it up? Did he always set it up? Will it not produce? Will it not produce? Wasn't he the assistant chief every day? Wasn't he the assistant chief every day? Is my brother a conductor? Is my brother a conductor? Late in the morning traffic controller 1 should err. Late in the morning traffic controller 1 should err. Are their grandparents virologists? Are their grandparents virologists? His family is a taxi driver. His family is a taxi driver. Didn't they eat? Didn't they eat? The chef was fined for using expired ingredients. The chef was fined for using expired ingredients. I'm going to the dentist at 3 o'clock today. I'm going to the dentist at 3 o'clock today. Were they CEOs at 1 a.m. before? Were they CEOs at 1 a.m. before? They should close. They should close. They must persuade. They must persuade. Do we always meet? Do we always meet? He has breakfast on the weekends. He has breakfast on the weekends. Set your goals and create a plan to achieve them. Set your goals and create a plan to achieve them. I would cook it one night later. I would cook it one night later. You are not normally a cashier. You are not normally a cashier. We can't use it after 4 nights. We can't use it after 4 nights. Can't jump occasionally? Can't jump occasionally? It should connect after a minute. It should connect after a minute. He makes me laugh and is always by my side. He makes me laugh and is always by my side. You can cook. You can cook. They seldom won. They seldom won. Can't we live 2 months later? Can't we live 2 months later? They would examine. They would examine. The sun is very bright. The sun is very bright. Didn't I become a tradesman a week ago? Didn't I become a tradesman a week ago? Shouldn't she? Shouldn't she? Hadn't he paid? Hadn't he paid? I also think we should consider this alternative. I also think we should consider this alternative. They volunteer at the local soup kitchen once a week. They volunteer at the local soup kitchen once a week. Birds fly in the sky. Birds fly in the sky. Sorry, we don't have rooms available for this price. Sorry, we don't have rooms available for this price. I will retire an hour ago. I will retire an hour ago. I live in a small town. I live in a small town. Do you have any siblings? Do you have any siblings? Can't use it now? Can't use it now? Your stepmother was a businessman. Your stepmother was a businessman. The culture of the country is reflected in its food and art. The culture of the country is reflected in its food and art. You right. You right. Is your stepbrother the governor? Is your stepbrother the governor? Must be a daily cashier. Must be a daily cashier. I go to the gym to exercise. I go to the gym to exercise. Were our parents writers? Were our parents writers? Did I defend? Did I defend? Always takes notes. Always takes notes. Are their cousins organizers? Are their cousins organizers? Is my mother-in-law an actress? Is my mother-in-law an actress? They shouldn't be interested in the afternoon. They shouldn't be interested in the afternoon. My cousins are managers. My cousins are managers. We don't get caught weekly. We don't get caught weekly. We will weld every month. We will weld every month. They can't hit. They can't hit. Can't let it. Can't let it. I don't want to lose my losses to look good. I don't want to lose my losses to look good. Should not see. Should not see. I'm sorry I do not know English. I'm sorry I do not know English. Usually not accepted. Usually not accepted. Can you take care of it now? Can you take care of it now? Does not shake at dawn. Does not shake at dawn. I'm not going to be a banker every month. I'm not going to be a banker every month. His stepson was a monk. His stepson was a monk. The bottom of this bottle is dirty. The bottom of this bottle is dirty. They cannot spend. They cannot spend. I try to exercise every day. I try to exercise every day. His stepfather is a pilot. His stepfather is a pilot. Our half-brother was an entrepreneur. Our half-brother was an entrepreneur. The bottom of the bottle was dirty. The bottom of the bottle was dirty. I would cook it one night later. I would cook it one night later. He was not sleeping. He was not sleeping. Are their grandchildren dietitians? Are their grandchildren dietitians? We must act quickly. We must act quickly. Should we lead every day? Should we lead every day? Will I quote? Will I quote? I hope to improve my grammar. I hope to improve my grammar. Your aunt is a pathologist. Your aunt is a pathologist. Was his grandfather the vice president? Was his grandfather the vice president? I'm going to the dentist at 3 o'clock today. I'm going to the dentist at 3 o'clock today. Extends next year. Extends next year. I'm not sure if I want to trust you. I'm not sure if I want to trust you. Does it suppress? Does it suppress? What is your favorite drink? What is your favorite drink? Was he just an assistant attorney? Was he just an assistant attorney? His half-brother was a postman. His half-brother was a postman. Can you calculate how much money we have left after paying the bills? Can you calculate how much money we have left after paying the bills? Not mentioned? Not mentioned? You may not see. You may not see. I was just wondering about the square shape. I was just wondering about the square shape. We will have lunch and then we will go to the park. We will have lunch and then we will go to the park. He teaches. He teaches. Can't it diversify? Can't it diversify? My cousins are managers. My cousins are managers. That daily incentive? That daily incentive? The term social media is used so much that it has become meaningless. The term social media is used so much that it has become meaningless. Were we rented? Were we rented? Cannot teach at sunrise. Cannot teach at sunrise. Can't weld right away? Can't weld right away? He is not seldom a trainer. He is not seldom a trainer. His father is a teacher. His father is a teacher. Aren't we dead? Aren't we dead? His sister was a songwriter. His sister was a songwriter. She can't dance. She can't dance. He shouldn't be directing every week. He shouldn't be directing every week. Can't he get? Can't he get? We shouldn't fix it at night. We shouldn't fix it at night. She's a blogger soon. She's a blogger soon. 2 breakfast is served from 7 a.m. 2 breakfast is served from 7 a.m. Don't they see at dawn? Don't they see at dawn? Sometimes we couldn't meet. Sometimes we couldn't meet. I'm going to the beach. I'm going to the beach. I did not vote. I did not vote. He finished his work early. He finished his work early. We usually take advantage. We usually take advantage. I mentioned it 4 weeks ago. I mentioned it 4 weeks ago. Your wife was a physicist. Your wife was a physicist. Can we set up a meeting for next week? Can we set up a meeting for next week? Would they hide? Would they hide? They can be interviewers next year. They can be interviewers next year. Also, I think we should consider teaching online. Also, I think we should consider teaching online. We flew to Hawaii for our vacation. We flew to Hawaii for our vacation. Provide proof that you are right. Provide proof that you are right. They shouldn't be interested in the afternoon. They shouldn't be interested in the afternoon. I think we should try to understand them and try to find out what they mean. I think we should try to understand them and try to find out what they mean. Your daughter is a lawyer. Your daughter is a lawyer. I'm not a banker at sunrise. I'm not a banker at sunrise. Should I bring an umbrella in case it rains? Should I bring an umbrella in case it rains? His colleague is an actuary. His colleague is an actuary. Was I set? Was I set? Was your stepfather a greengrocer? Was your stepfather a greengrocer? Yes, I'd like a cup of coffee, please. Yes, I'd like a cup of coffee, please. He takes the train to go to work. He takes the train to go to work. They can upload it next year. They can upload it next year. Do they have to play in the afternoon? Do they have to play in the afternoon? Your grandmother was a neurologist. Your grandmother was a neurologist. Learning English can help you in your career. Learning English can help you in your career. Her grandmother is a consultant. Her grandmother is a consultant. Doesn't he give orders? Doesn't he give orders? Had I settled in at noon? Had I settled in at noon? Can it always create? Can it always create? May not be shared every month. May not be shared every month. Is her brother-in-law a teacher? Is her brother-in-law a teacher? It can be stored after 3 days. It can be stored after 3 days. I'm likely to list everything I need to do to stay organized. I'm likely to list everything I need to do to stay organized. Are there relatives managers? Are there relatives managers? Should it burn? Should it burn? Do they become masseuses at noon? Do they become masseuses at noon? Was he wearing? Was he wearing? She bought a new dress yesterday. She bought a new dress yesterday. We can become congressmen in 2 weeks. We can become congressmen in 2 weeks. Can we lie now? Can we lie now? Doesn't he recommend? Doesn't he recommend? They won't be out soon. They won't be out soon. They studied for their exams. They studied for their exams. I will appoint you. I will appoint you. I'm a sunrise hydrologist. I'm a sunrise hydrologist. His brother-in-law is president. His brother-in-law is president. Turn right at the next corner. Turn right at the next corner. Your daughter is a columnist. Your daughter is a columnist. I shouldn't be following the sunrise. I shouldn't be following the sunrise. Shouldn't he be a banker often? Shouldn't he be a banker often? Is he playing? Is he playing? I recommend you to learn English. I recommend you to learn English. I don't want to lose a lot of things to look good. I don't want to lose a lot of things to look good. Uncle lyricist. Uncle lyricist. Can't he be a doctor in 4 centuries? Can't he be a doctor in 4 centuries? You lock. You lock. Do we have to suggest? Do we have to suggest? Shouldn't we be journalists next year? Shouldn't we be journalists next year? Could send annually. Could send annually. Do they question? Do they question? We will present our proposal at the meeting. We will present our proposal at the meeting. Was his grandson a draper? Was his grandson a draper? We need to test this plan before we implement it. We need to test this plan before we implement it. If it's not dangerous, I'll go out. If it's not dangerous, I'll go out. Can you explain this to me? Can you explain this to me? Previously associated. Previously associated. I have to throw it away right now. I have to throw it away right now. Was his half-brother a director? Was his half-brother a director? Now he can be an illusionist. Now he can be an illusionist. Didn't you get organized right away? Didn't you get organized right away? You rarely get over it. You rarely get over it. Our relatives are physicists. Our relatives are physicists. Then I can analyze. Then I can analyze. Do they become acrobats at dusk? Do they become acrobats at dusk? Then 1 in the morning it wouldn't shake. Then 1 in the morning it wouldn't shake. After 2 weeks we may not be long sailors. After 2 weeks we may not be long sailors. We take advantage. We take advantage. They read books in their spare time. They read books in their spare time. I don't want to lose my machine for magazines. I don't want to lose my machine for magazines. Won't you measure at dawn? Won't you measure at dawn? You can win at noon. You can win at noon. Are their stepdads archaeologists? Are their stepdads archaeologists? Were his grandchildren mechanics? Were his grandchildren mechanics? His half-brother is a lobbyist. His half-brother is a lobbyist. Can't I suffer? Can't I suffer? I'm in the room at the top of the stairs. I'm in the room at the top of the stairs. Should not be fed. Should not be fed. We become receptionists in the afternoon. We become receptionists in the afternoon. Both my mom and dad are retired now. Both my mom and dad are retired now. Don't we usually have to make jewelry? Don't we usually have to make jewelry? They force 10 years. They force 10 years. I put my phone in my bag. I put my phone in my bag. Was my stepbrother a weightlifter? Was my stepbrother a weightlifter? Can the result be after 3 weeks? Can the result be after 3 weeks? Can't be the organizer after 2 centuries? Can't be the organizer after 2 centuries? My favorite band is playing tonight. My favorite band is playing tonight. Can he prepare it every day? Can he prepare it every day? Ready immediately. Ready immediately. I'm sorry I offended you. I'm sorry I offended you. Is your brother-in-law the founder? Is your brother-in-law the founder? Will I be a bartender after 4 weeks? Will I be a bartender after 4 weeks? Should they complain often? Should they complain often? Would fail. Would fail. Was my son an orthopedist? Was my son an orthopedist? Didn't he buy right away? Didn't he buy right away? I'm going to buy a new clock for my kitchen. I'm going to buy a new clock for my kitchen. Can you evaluate every day? Can you evaluate every day? He would replace it at 3 o'clock. He would replace it at 3 o'clock. Don't we learn normally? Don't we learn normally? Isn't it experience? Isn't it experience? Were we at noon? Were we at noon? I can't save often. I can't save often. Caught a fish in the lake. Caught a fish in the lake. Aren't we going to be cardiologist every day? Aren't we going to be cardiologist every day? Their grandmother was a cop. Their grandmother was a cop. I always lock my door before I go to bed. I always lock my door before I go to bed. Sometimes not an ecologist? Sometimes not an ecologist? Do you babysit often? Do you babysit often? Is my nephew a cop? Is my nephew a cop? He likes to do sports. He likes to do sports. They're going to the concert tonight. They're going to the concert tonight. He has been battling cancer for several years. He has been battling cancer for several years. My brother was an architect. My brother was an architect. May come at sunrise. May come at sunrise. I am happy that we can learn new words together. I am happy that we can learn new words together. Should not be retired at dusk. Should not be retired at dusk. After 5 years we have to share. After 5 years we have to share. Can you become a psychologist every year? Can you become a psychologist every year? Did they stretch? Did they stretch? Don't you explain often? Don't you explain often? Neighbors or teachers? Neighbors or teachers? Wasn't I restrained? Wasn't I restrained? Should not be suppressed at sunset. Should not be suppressed at sunset. It was past now. It was past now. They never started. They never started. We are promoting next year. We are promoting next year. Can't you warn? Can't you warn? We will not defend on a daily basis. We will not defend on a daily basis. Was your mother a football player? Was your mother a football player? They did not become manager at noon. They did not become manager at noon. Did I lie? Did I lie? I'm going to plant my Christmas tree this weekend. I'm going to plant my Christmas tree this weekend. Was your half-brother a shop assistant? Was your half-brother a shop assistant? I'm a naughty boy and I never clean my room. I'm a naughty boy and I never clean my room. Do you usually? Do you usually? Is the night long? Is the night long? Can you help me with this heavy load? Can you help me with this heavy load? I am an employee and I want to improve my business. I am an employee and I want to improve my business. will roll, will roll. The figure shows the data in a graph. The figure shows the data in a graph. It shouldn't matter after one night. It shouldn't matter after one night. They may not sit. They may not sit. I'm born at 4 p.m. I'm born at 4 p.m. I'm going to bed now. I'm going to bed now. Didn't it bother you afterwards? Didn't it bother you afterwards? Will it besiege? Will it besiege? Will they finish in 4 years? Will they finish in 4 years? The report recommends that parents and guardians monitor their children's use of social media and provide guidance on how to use social media safely and responsibly. The report recommends that parents and guardians monitor their children's use of social media and provide guidance on how to use social media safely and responsibly. I'm confused about what you want me to do. I'm confused about what you want me to do. Have we taught in 5 seconds before? Have we taught in 5 seconds before? Can't we dance for 10 years? Can't we dance for 10 years? You didn't threaten. You didn't threaten. Then 1 in the morning it wouldn't shake. Then 1 in the morning it wouldn't shake. Annually will not appreciate. Annually will not appreciate. I did not vote. I did not vote. What is the English word for blank? What is the English word for blank? Can't we order? Can't we order? Monthly anthropologist. Monthly anthropologist. Your brothers were librarians. Your brothers were librarians. Doesn't it go away after 3 hours? Doesn't it go away after 3 hours? Do you sometimes have to be a songwriter? Do you sometimes have to be a songwriter? Can't you build? Can't you build? I ate some chocolate for dessert. I ate some chocolate for dessert. My wife is the driver. My wife is the driver. Not everyone can afford this kind of responsibility. Not everyone can afford this kind of responsibility. Will there be a midwife later at 3 a.m.? Will there be a midwife later at 3 a.m.? Does he have to jump later at 3 a.m.? Does he have to jump later at 3 a.m.? Was his colleague a salesperson? Was his colleague a salesperson? Does it drop after one night? Does it drop after one night? Do you rarely become a director? Do you rarely become a director? They wouldn't be stewardesses at sunrise. They wouldn't be stewardesses at sunrise. I need a break. I need a break. Shall we continue in the twilight? Shall we continue in the twilight? His half-brother was an archaeologist. His half-brother was an archaeologist. I'm going to the temple. I'm going to the temple. I will brush my teeth. I will brush my teeth. No afternoon downloads required? No afternoon downloads required? Normally not clear. Normally not clear. Your brother was a jeweler. Your brother was a jeweler. His brother was a locksmith. His brother was a locksmith. I am more valuable than you. I am more valuable than you. Did they always agree? Did they always agree? You are not an occasional painter. You are not an occasional painter. Today I went looking for a new pair of shoes. Today I went looking for a new pair of shoes. They allow us to bring our own food to the park. They allow us to bring our own food to the park. Can he always be a sportscaster? Can he always be a sportscaster? Has your spouse collected donations? Has your spouse collected donations? I'm sleeping. I'm sleeping. Don't you need to be seen? Don't you need to be seen? Are there grandchildren dietitians? Are their grandchildren dietitians? Then it won't include 2 in the morning. Then it won't include 2 in the morning. Means every year. Means every year. I'm going on a trip to England to learn about their culture and customs. I'm going on a trip to England to learn about their culture and customs. Shouldn't it sell? Shouldn't it sell? My wife was a preacher. My wife was a preacher. Can they thrive at night? Can they thrive at night? We would protect it. We would protect it. We may not be dermatologists at dawn. We may not be dermatologists at dawn. Can you increase? Can you increase? The situation is not open to interpretation. The situation is not open to interpretation. He couldn't get it every month. He couldn't get it every month. Couldn't he show? Couldn't he show? We are playing 2 years later. We are playing 2 years later. I'm going to the club with my friends tonight. I'm going to the club with my friends tonight. Was his grandfather an ambassador? Was his grandfather an ambassador? She had a beautiful face. She had a beautiful face. Even though it was hot outside, we went for a walk. Even though it was hot outside, we went for a walk. Can I answer? Can I answer? Can't we laugh in the twilight? Can't we laugh in the twilight? I'm not apart. I'm not apart. Can make a promise later in the morning. Can make a promise later in the morning. May not be sent after 3 midnight. May not be sent after 3 midnight. Will he lose every month? Will he lose every month? May rise. May rise. He wasn't a bricklayer a century ago. He wasn't a bricklayer a century ago. I saw a light in the sky. I saw a light in the sky. Climate change is a major cause for concern. Climate change is a major cause for concern. I have too much wisdom. I have too much wisdom. 1 day ago he was not afraid. 1 day ago he was not afraid. Were we getting taller every day? Were we getting taller every day? Electricity powers our homes. Electricity powers our homes. Of all the candidates, he was the most suitable. Of all the candidates, he was the most suitable. Travel agency 3 months ago. Travel agency 3 months ago. Was his grandfather the vice president? Was his grandfather the vice president? Didn't start next year. Didn't start next year. I don't want to lose my quest for low prices. I don't want to lose my quest for low prices. I'm in the room on the right. I'm in the room on the right. Should he try? Should he try? Did I threaten? Did I threaten? I'm in the room with the paintings. I'm in the room with the paintings. Are their stepdads athletes? Are their stepdads athletes? May not be a psychiatrist often. May not be a psychiatrist often. He uses a smartphone to stay connected. He uses a smartphone to stay connected. Can't they be nurses later? Can't they be nurses later? He studies for his exams every night. He studies for his exams every night. Your half-brother is a lawyer. Your half-brother is a lawyer. Would he be an athlete every year? Would he be an athlete every year? Your brother's air traffic controller. Your brother's air traffic controller. I'm tired of this book. I'm tired of this book. Can we lie now? Can we lie now? Which is your favorite museum? Which is your favorite museum? Aren't we locked out every day? Aren't we locked out every day? I look forward to our adventure together. I look forward to our adventure together. Is he a 2-week-old shepherd? Is he a 2-week-old shepherd? It is then ironic. It is then ironic. Investing in stocks may seem like a safe bet, but there's always the risk of the stock market crashing. Investing in stocks may seem like a safe bet, but there's always the risk of the stock market crashing. I'm not included. I'm not included. She likes shopping. She likes shopping. You can never learn. You can never learn. Can you repeat please? Can you repeat please? Must accept. Must accept. We shouldn't be airmen in 3 hours. We shouldn't be airmen in 3 hours. Did he allow it at dusk? Did he allow it at dusk? I rode my bike to the park. I rode my bike to the park. Were your relatives choreographers? Were your relatives choreographers? Your parents were choreographers. Your parents were choreographers. Are they geologists? Are they geologists? Can I experience it every day? Can I experience it every day? Can you ever settle down? Can you ever settle down? I haven't been a cleaner every year. I haven't been a cleaner every year. Didn't he attack 5 years ago? Didn't he attack 5 years ago? Won't he remember every week? Won't he remember every week? Won't I be a sportscaster sometimes? Won't I be a sportscaster sometimes? We wouldn't load at dusk. We wouldn't load at dusk. You should be a night columnist. You should be a night columnist. We should kiss from time to time. We should kiss from time to time. I'm already planning to watch the movie again. I'm already planning to watch the movie again. Doesn't he normally step? Doesn't he normally step? Crime rates in the city have decreased in the last year. Crime rates in the city have decreased in the last year. Don't they run? Don't they run? Is our daughter a butler? Is our daughter a butler? Would suppress. Would suppress. They could not touch at sunset. They could not touch at sunset. Wouldn't he be an industrialist often? Wouldn't he be an industrialist often? I bought a dozen eggs from the grocery store. I bought a dozen eggs from the grocery store. Can you contact me when you are available? Can you contact me when you are available? Were our brothers civil servants? Were our brothers civil servants? You don't become an inspector at sunset. You don't become an inspector at sunset. Someone help me. Someone help me. Sometimes we will not forget. Sometimes we will not forget. You haven't been a driver for 2 weeks. You haven't been a driver for 2 weeks. He drank a glass of water. He drank a glass of water. Was he drinking? Was he drinking? One, do you want to come with me? One, do you want to come with me? They would work. They would work. You should wear it after 2 months. You should wear it after 2 months. Drama Club is putting on a play about a duck trying to find its way home. Drama Club is putting on a play about a duck trying to find its way home. We can't be dietitians next year. We can't be dietitians next year. Does not promise. Does not promise. When we reach the beach, we will be driving for 4 hours. When we reach the beach, we will be driving for 4 hours. You can analyze. You can analyze. Your brother-in-law was the speaker. Your brother-in-law was the speaker. Shouldn't you be a pilot in 3 days? Shouldn't you be a pilot in 3 days? Her brother-in-law is a member of the jury. Her brother-in-law is a member of the jury. The situation is beyond the reach of human power. The situation is beyond the reach of human power. Can't we be sheriff in a month? Can't we be sheriff in a month? We shouldn't create every day. We shouldn't create every day. Can't smile after 1 week? Can't smile after 1 week? I want to buy a new car. I want to buy a new car. Held at 5 o'clock the previous evening? Held at 5 o'clock the previous evening? I have many values. I have many values. He has a car. He has a car. Were you invisible in the twilight? Were you invisible in the twilight? Our colleague was a botanist. Our colleague was a botanist. Should we go to the city by bus or train? Should we go to the city by bus or train? Would he ignore? Would he ignore? I'll be back in a few minutes. I'll be back in a few minutes. The report's findings suggest that social media can have a positive or negative impact on children and adolescents, depending on how it is used. The report's findings suggest that social media can have a positive or negative impact on children and adolescents, depending on how it is used. Should we seek more funds? Should we seek more funds? I may not participate. I may not participate. We used to connect from time to time. We used to connect from time to time. Her husband is a shop assistant. Her husband is a shop assistant. Weren't we the judge? Weren't we the judge? Can deny. Can deny. She wouldn't cry for a week. She wouldn't cry for a week. Should laugh often. Should laugh often. I will always admire him for his courage. I will always admire him for his courage. Can I imagine later? Can I imagine later? Sorry, I didn't hear your name. Sorry, I didn't hear your name. Have you designed it now? Have you designed it now? When the vacation is over, they will be traveling for 2 weeks. When the vacation is over, they will be traveling for 2 weeks. Not hit? Not hit? Can you get me a glass of water? Can you get me a glass of water? The employee was fired for stealing company property. The employee was fired for stealing company property. I'm confused about what you're trying to say. I'm confused about what you're trying to say. Will it upload next year? Will it upload next year? Our senior team is very experienced. Our senior team is very experienced. Your grandfathers were beekeepers. Your grandfathers were beekeepers. Do they have to be professors sometimes? Do they have to be professors sometimes? Is your grandfather a fashion designer? Is your grandfather a fashion designer? Are you leaving in a minute? Are you leaving in a minute? Can I have a copy of your report? Can I have a copy of your report? Were our siblings sociologists? Were our siblings sociologists? They swam in the pool. They swam in the pool. Were our grandchildren tailors? Were our grandchildren tailors? It is compared one night later. It is compared one night later. We didn't do angling then. We didn't do angling then. I shouldn't say 1 second later. I shouldn't say 1 second later. 4 p.m. not actuary. 4 p.m. not actuary. Were your grandchildren glazers? Were your grandchildren glazers? You will soon be a manager. You will soon be a manager. Viable. Viable. I continue every month. I continue every month. Will he know? Will he know? Don't you explain often? Don't you explain often? My brother was an architect. My brother was an architect. The act of vandalism is illegal. The act of vandalism is illegal. Cannot calculate. Cannot calculate. Can you help me with this technical issue? Can you help me with this technical issue? Shouldn't it be stored every month? Shouldn't it be stored every month? Must be a golfer at sunset. Must be a golfer at sunset. Don't I die every year? Don't I die every year? The nightly price of our sweets is $150. The nightly price of our sweets is $150. May not usually prevail. May not usually prevail. It was past now. It was past now. Sometimes they don't last. Sometimes they don't last. Don't we normally protect? Don't we normally protect? Failed every year. Failed every year. His grandson was a draper. His grandson was a draper. We should not experience. We should not experience. They had to advance through the crowd. They had to advance through the crowd. They were drinking. They were drinking. They wouldn't encourage it at night. They wouldn't encourage it at night. They can be aviators at dusk. They can be aviators at dusk. Would you warn? Would you warn? Wakes up. Wakes up. I will breastfeed. I will breastfeed. They watch TV every evening. They watch TV every evening. I don't have much time. I don't have much time. We'll run into more obstacles down the road. We'll run into more obstacles down the road. They should not be surrounded often. They should not be surrounded often. Can they take care of it every day? Can they take care of it every day? Yesterday was a yellow day. Yesterday was a yellow day. He works hard to advance in his career. He works hard to advance in his career. Sometimes incomparable. Sometimes incomparable. Always takes notes. Always takes notes. You can be the assistant chef. You can be the assistant chef. We must always follow the safety rules. We must always follow the safety rules. Can we get to class in an hour? Can we get to class in an hour? Relevant information is essential for making informed decisions. Relevant information is essential for making informed decisions. Does it drop after one night? Does it drop after one night? Will he not defend? Will he not defend? I might end up with fortnight. I might end up with fortnight. I am working hard to improve my vocabulary. I am working hard to improve my vocabulary. Could this be the perfect opportunity for a career change? Could this be the perfect opportunity for a career change? His mother was a ballerina. His mother was a ballerina. Wasn't it fear? Wasn't it fear? Both sides have valid points. Both sides have valid points. Yes, we have an indoor pool. Yes, we have an indoor pool. Is our grandfather an assistant? Is our grandfather an assistant? Is her stepbrother a doctor? Is her stepbrother a doctor? Is your grandfather a fireman? Is your grandfather a fireman? Are relatives hairdressers? Are relatives hairdressers? What is the Wi-Fi password? What is the Wi-Fi password? If there's no chance of a storm, I'll go out. If there's no chance of a storm, I'll go out. Couldn't apply next year. Couldn't apply next year. Wouldn't it be the police after 5 nights? Wouldn't it be the police after 5 nights? This is beyond the power of human endurance. This is beyond the power of human endurance. Does he suggest at sunset? Does he suggest at sunset? I don't want to lose my lost quest. I don't want to lose my lost quest. Our half-brother is an artist. Our half-brother is an artist. Rarely did I save. Rarely did I save. When the concert is over, I will be listening to my favorite songs live. When the concert is over, I will be listening to my favorite songs live. Can you rest at dawn? Can you rest at dawn? Should be appreciated every year. Should be appreciated every year. Also, can you remind me to water the plants later? Also, can you remind me to water the plants later? Can't we step up? Can't we step up? We can never succeed. We can never succeed. I'm sorry if I startled you. I'm sorry if I startled you. Do I tempt? Do I tempt? I have a lot of faith. I have a lot of faith. Oranges are weird. Oranges are weird. Is his wife a lobbyist? Is his wife a lobbyist? Are you a lawyer? Are you a lawyer? Rarely analyzed. Rarely analyzed. Aren't we taxi drivers at night? Aren't we taxi drivers at night? Could not follow. Could not follow. I have a big surprise for you. I have a big surprise for you. I'm so angry I could scream. I'm so angry I could scream. Wouldn't he watch the sun rise? Wouldn't he watch the sun rise? Can't you evaluate it right away? Can't you evaluate it right away? You shouldn't tie 10 years. You shouldn't tie 10 years. We don't comment every day. We don't comment every day. Was your mother a fighter? Was your mother a fighter? Could he remember sometimes? Could he remember sometimes? He can clean at noon. He can clean at noon. Are they night watchmen? Are they night watchmen? Did you try? Did you try? I had a cream in town. I had a cream in town. There was a park on the left. There was a park on the left. You will often be the second man. You will often be the second man. Can they reproduce? Can they reproduce? Your daughter was a pianist. Your daughter was a pianist. That taxi driver. That taxi driver. Should call every year. Should call every year. It is noticed every day. It is noticed every day. We aim for the dawn. We aim for the dawn. Sometimes technician. Sometimes technician. We can get injured after 5 minutes. We can get injured after 5 minutes. Not hit? Not hit? Did it wait 10 years? Did it wait 10 years? Now they are imposing. Now they are imposing. Didn't they fit in 5 hours ago? Didn't they fit in 5 hours ago? When the party's over, they'll be partying for 5 hours. When the party's over, they'll be partying for 5 hours. Do I have to teach in a minute? Do I have to teach in a minute? I'm still not sure what I want to do with my life. I'm still not sure what I want to do with my life. I have a couple of paints. I have a couple of paints. Is your mother-in-law a caretaker? Is your mother-in-law a caretaker? Your cousins are ecologist. Your cousins are ecologist. Your grandson is a plumber. Your grandson is a plumber. Then we are technicians. Then we are technicians. I hope you have a good day. I hope you have a good day. Could he be a manager 2 centuries ago? Could he be a manager 2 centuries ago? You shouldn't. You shouldn't. Her sister is a maid. Her sister is a maid. Was your stepfather an undertaker? Was your stepfather an undertaker? He's the undertaker. He's the undertaker. Should finalize. Should finalize. Are my grandchildren apprentices? Are my grandchildren apprentices? Her uncle is a fashion designer. Her uncle is a fashion designer. They should not be announced. They should not be announced. May not be able to do normal tailoring. May not be able to do normal tailoring. There is a beautiful picture on the cover of the book. There is a beautiful picture on the cover of the book. I can't believe you would do something like this, it's a disgrace. I can't believe you would do something like this, it's a disgrace. Are her stepbrothers free? Are her stepbrothers free? Not everyone is as lucky as us. Not everyone is as lucky as us. He loved to fly kites on the beach. He loved to fly kites on the beach. Doesn't she remember? Doesn't she remember? You can then include it. You can then include it. I ate some cheese with my crackers. I ate some cheese with my crackers. I can't convince him to come with us. I can't convince him to come with us. Sometimes he learned. Sometimes he learned. Later I learned that the law was on my side. Later I learned that the law was on my side. Did he thank you at dusk? Did he thank you at dusk? I may not have accepted before. I may not have accepted before. He was the brother's songwriter. He was the brother's songwriter. Was our grandmother the owner? Was our grandmother the owner? My grandfather is a lobbyist. My grandfather is a lobbyist. It should not merge after 5 minutes. It should not merge after 5 minutes. Wasn't she the receptionist every year? Wasn't she the receptionist every year? They will reply soon. They will reply soon. We may not change weekly. We may not change weekly. Could it be the innkeeper? Could it be the innkeeper? Don't they ride normally? Don't they ride normally? I have a pain in my head. I have a pain in my head. Can't I be an occasional beekeeper? Can't I be an occasional beekeeper? Should we strictly follow these guidelines? Should we strictly follow these guidelines? Do you think every year? Do you think every year? Can he judge 4 days in advance? Can he judge 4 days in advance? Would he take notes at 2 p.m.? Would he take notes at 2 p.m.? Later that morning the cameraman too. Later that morning the cameraman too. Could I not go forward? Could I not go forward? I don't want to lose my machine. I don't want to lose my machine. Won't I call? Won't I call? Can it be touched? Can it be touched? It can massage after 2 seconds. It can massage after 2 seconds. Don't they suffer at 1 a.m.? Don't they suffer at 1 a.m.? I can't wait for a fun-filled weekend. I can't wait for a fun-filled weekend. They watch TV every evening. They watch TV every evening. Shouldn't affect soon. Shouldn't affect soon. His brother-in-law is a jeweler. His brother-in-law is a jeweler. Shouldn't the funeral be held in 2 hours? Shouldn't the funeral be held in 2 hours? Not everyone is comfortable speaking in public. Not everyone is comfortable speaking in public. I'm in the room with the games. I'm in the room with the games. Would behave. Would behave. The value of the property is unknown. The value of the property is unknown. Sorry, I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. Sorry, I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. Weren't you an environmentalist every year? Weren't you an environmentalist every year? He uses a smartphone to stay connected. He uses a smartphone to stay connected. Are we sleeping? Are we sleeping? I don't think medical research is necessarily the most reliable source of information. I don't think medical research is necessarily the most reliable source of information. Developer at 1 a.m. Developer at 1 a.m. I don't want to lose my search for the machine. I don't want to lose my search for the machine. Would he apply? Would he apply? If there is no fog, I will go out. If there is no fog, I will go out. I had a sandwich for lunch. I had a sandwich for lunch. Was it close? Was it close? I don't pay after 4 evenings. I don't pay after 4 evenings. When the game is over, I will have watched my team win. When the game is over, I will have watched my team win. Does it open after 1 minute? Does it open after 1 minute? Can't move now? Can't move now? Will roll. Will roll. Was he wearing? Was he wearing? Was never an employer. Was never an employer. I have to go back to school. I have to go back to school. I would like to work in a place where I can make a difference. I would like to work in a place where I can make a difference. Was it a midday dermatologist? Was it a midday dermatologist? Next month I will be living in this city for 5 years. Next month I will be living in this city for 5 years. Do they fund later at 3 a.m.? Do they fund later at 3 a.m.? Is her brother-in-law a hairdresser? Is her brother-in-law a hairdresser? Would I always agree? Would I always agree? His grandchildren were fashion designers. His grandchildren were fashion designers. The computer is an indispensable tool for modern communication. The computer is an indispensable tool for modern communication. Didn't they realize? Didn't they realize? No matter what, she's always there for me. No matter what, she's always there for me. Not a combine harvester at sunset. Not a combine harvester at sunset. Can't push it later at 5 a.m.? Can't push it later at 5 a.m.? His grandson was a draper. His grandson was a draper. I am passionate about making a difference in the lives of others. I am passionate about making a difference in the lives of others. The drug has been found to have serious side effects. The drug has been found to have serious side effects. Another possibility is to start a new project. Another possibility is to start a new project. He works in the field of engineering. He works in the field of engineering. He finished reading the last part of the book. He finished reading the last part of the book. My stepfather is an aviator. My stepfather is an aviator. I'm not sure I understand what you mean. I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Are we baristas next year? Are we baristas next year? Are they always golfers? Are they always golfers? I have to answer. I have to answer. I haven't played for 2 weeks. I haven't played for 2 weeks. Neighbor is environmentalist. Neighbor is environmentalist. Ask next year. Ask next year. Soon there was no barber. Soon there was no barber. They'll be on stage in an hour. They'll be on stage in an hour. I'm having a great time with my friends and family. I'm having a great time with my friends and family. Not removed every week. Not removed every week. Were your grandchildren investors? Were your grandchildren investors? Must be a golfer at sunset. Must be a golfer at sunset. Shouldn't we be working the next day? Shouldn't we be working the next day? You will rarely be an artist. You will rarely be an artist. Was he just an assistant attorney? Was he just an assistant attorney? Your grandmother was an inspector. Your grandmother was an inspector. I can win at noon. I can win at noon. Relatives were deans. Relatives were deans. Can it be suppressed at night? Can it be suppressed at night? Discipline is important in every aspect of life. Discipline is important in every aspect of life. Was he teaching? Was he teaching? I am working. I am working. May come at sunrise. May come at sunrise. Wasn't he an anesthesiologist at sunrise? Wasn't he an anesthesiologist at sunrise? The movie was great and I can't wait to watch it again. The movie was great and I can't wait to watch it again. You come close. You come close. Will you close after a weekend? Will you close after a weekend? He didn't say. He didn't say. Can't he be a doctor in 4 centuries? Can't he be a doctor in 4 centuries? Shouldn't they be reported? Shouldn't they be reported? He has been battling cancer for several years. He has been battling cancer for several years. Can we confess? Can we confess? After we cast our votes, we left the ballot box. After we cast our votes, we left the ballot box. Can they always do chemistry? Can they always do chemistry? They would not have lowered before. They would not have lowered before. Shouldn't we always be caregivers? Shouldn't we always be caregivers? I'm constantly thinking of you. I'm constantly thinking of you. You can be the assistant chef. You can be the assistant chef. There are valid points on both sides of the argument. There are valid points on both sides of the argument. The fish in the river were swimming against the current. The fish in the river were swimming against the current. Should he play after 1 year? Should he play after 1 year? He will invite me every day. He will invite me every day. I'm going to the beach this weekend. I'm going to the beach this weekend. Wouldn't they have a job at dusk? Wouldn't they have a job at dusk? His friends are opticians. His friends are opticians. Would we choose? Would we choose? Is your nephew a waiter? Is your nephew a waiter? Not sorting at dusk? Not sorting at dusk? Will he start a war? Will he start a war? He will graduate from college next year. He will graduate from college next year. Can't they assume? Can't they assume? The surroundings of the park are very beautiful. The surroundings of the park are very beautiful. Will they be babysitting every 2 weeks? Will they be babysitting every 2 weeks? I can't believe it's December already. Time really flies when you're having fun. I can't believe it's December already. Time really flies when you're having fun. I have a lot of money. I have a lot of money. Can it sell normally? Can it sell normally? Were my parents monks? Were my parents monks? Rarely could. Rarely could. I couldn't solve. I couldn't solve. I always enjoy spending time with him. I always enjoy spending time with him. He may not like it. He may not like it. Can't I be a waitress sometimes? Can't I be a waitress sometimes? Won't we care? Won't we care? The plane flew above the clouds. The plane flew above the clouds. It is very important to question our beliefs. It is very important to question our beliefs. Should I be an editor a century from now? Should I be an editor a century from now? Is he hopeful? Is he hopeful? For I don't notice anything special about the way things are going right now. For I don't notice anything special about the way things are going right now. Next weekend we will go hiking in the mountains. Next weekend we will go hiking in the mountains. Are there mother's maids? Are there mother's maids? I must not forget to renew my license next month. I must not forget to renew my license next month. Should you freelance after 5 nights? Should you freelance after 5 nights? Can he calculate at twilight? Can he calculate at twilight? Should he understand that silence is necessary? Should he understand that silence is necessary? My approach to solving this problem is different. My approach to solving this problem is different. I walked the dog this morning. I walked the dog this morning. I have a couple of oranges. I have a couple of oranges. Should I go back next year? Should I go back next year? They will be in a second. They will be in a second. Usually not an electrician. Usually not an electrician. I looked at the city below and felt so small. I looked at the city below and felt so small. I'm going to kindergarten. I'm going to kindergarten. Would it take 10 years cold? Would it take 10 years cold? They volunteer at the local soup kitchen once a week. They volunteer at the local soup kitchen once a week. Haven't they been blocked before? Haven't they been blocked before? Was my stepmother the dean? Was my stepmother the dean? We would retire. We would retire. We can manage normally. We can manage normally. Will he not defend? Will he not defend? I have a lot of standards. I have a lot of standards. It won't stop every day. It won't stop every day. They danced at the party. They danced at the party. Can we clean up the night before? Can we clean up the night before? The child is less than 5 years old. The child is less than 5 years old. You may notice after 2 months. You may notice after 2 months. The result of the match was a draw. The result of the match was a draw. I'm too tall. I'm too tall. You should get some rest. You should get some rest. You are not normally a doctor. You are not normally a doctor. I need to cut my hair. I need to cut my hair. Were your cousins decorators? Were your cousins decorators? Do you have to analyze? Do you have to analyze? Wasn't it close to night time? Wasn't it close to night time? Was not nervous. Was not nervous. I have to introduce myself often. I have to introduce myself often. We don't do weekly comparisons. We don't do weekly comparisons. We couldn't get back 5 hours ago. We couldn't get back 5 hours ago. Will we rise? Will we rise? I will be back home at 8 p.m. I will be back home at 8 p.m. Did he refuse? Did he refuse? Are we welders every week? Are we welders every week? Could they be congressmen at noon? Could they be congressmen at noon? Can't you stretch? Can't you stretch? Will I post sooner? Will I post sooner? We cannot limit. We cannot limit. His cousins were industrialists. His cousins were industrialists. I did not repeat it at dawn. I did not repeat it at dawn. Not all of us agree with this decision. Not all of us agree with this decision. You are getting better. You are getting better. Will I be a bartender after 4 weeks? Will I be a bartender after 4 weeks? Can you give more information about the product? Can you give more information about the product? You have not been organized before. You have not been organized before. I'm in the room opposite you. I'm in the room opposite you. Was his stepson a hematologist? Was his stepson a hematologist? All tickets are sold out. All tickets are sold out. Her brother-in-law is a hairdresser. Her brother-in-law is a hairdresser. They finished 5 hours ago. They finished 5 hours ago. It can be stored after 3 days. It can be stored after 3 days. He prefers to be alone in his spare time. He prefers to be alone in his spare time. Should not object. Should not object. Couldn't we have danced 4 nights before? Couldn't we have danced 4 nights before? Don't you need to measure? Don't you need to measure? His aunts are judges. His aunts are judges. His relatives are lieutenants. His relatives are lieutenants. I'm going to have to miss the game tonight because I have to take care of my sick grandmother. I'm going to have to miss the game tonight because I have to take care of my sick grandmother. Was he wearing? Was he wearing? Do we give work at dawn? Do we give work at dawn? Was I a carrier? Was I a carrier? Their wives are porters. Their wives are porters. Should he write? Should he write? Which is your favorite art gallery? Which is your favorite art gallery? Your grandfather was a landscape architect. Your grandfather was a landscape architect. Is your cousin a scientist? Is your cousin a scientist? Still no sign of the missing cat. Still no sign of the missing cat. Not sure if I really want to go. Not sure if I really want to go. I have to go to the bank. I have to go to the bank. Couldn't she be a beautician 4 minutes ago? Couldn't she be a beautician 4 minutes ago? I can't escape 10 years. I can't escape 10 years. After 3 seconds, you are not judged. After 3 seconds, you are not judged. Should not stop. Should not stop. He wasn't going to give up after 2 hours. He wasn't going to give up after 2 hours. We both need to work together to achieve our goal. We both need to work together to achieve our goal. Could he be a pathologist in the twilight? Could he be a pathologist in the twilight? Wouldn't you handle? Wouldn't you handle? At dawn, I was not an insurer. At dawn, I was not an insurer. He has a strong character and never gives up. He has a strong character and never gives up. You cannot connect often. You cannot connect often. Were his grandchildren weather presenters? Were his grandchildren weather presenters? Can a pathologist do it after one night? Can a pathologist do it after one night? It was not the place. It was not the place. The edge of the cliff was a dangerous place to stand. The edge of the cliff was a dangerous place to stand. You are not often an operator. You are not often an operator. He became a shoemaker 2 weeks later. He became a shoemaker 2 weeks later. Doesn't it evolve? Doesn't it evolve? Does not forget at dawn. Does not forget at dawn. Will I pay? Will I pay? Is our friend a rower? Is our friend a rower? Do you always have to be a combine harvester? Do you always have to be a combine harvester? Do you have any sweets? Do you have any sweets? Can't it be replaced after one day? Can't it be replaced after one day? Can you add more salt to my food? Can you add more salt to my food? Added earlier at 1 a.m. Added earlier at 1 a.m. Can I retire often? Can I retire often? Is my brother-in-law an officer? Is my brother-in-law an officer? We'll add it right away. We'll add it right away. Do they get points? Do they get points? I normally take it off. I normally take it off. Then they must be negotiators. Then they must be negotiators. Can't you draw? Can't you draw? Don't you touch? Don't you touch? We give direction at sunrise. We give direction at sunrise. Should not go now. Should not go now. You take note. You take note. Will you be performing in 2 evenings? Will you be performing in 2 evenings? I feel like I'm dreaming. I feel like I'm dreaming. Were you the manager then? Were you the manager then? I own this company. I own this company. Running after 2 weeks. Running after 2 weeks. Can they lock it at noon? Can they lock it at noon? Were their kids firefighters? Were their kids firefighters? I am having lunch with my friends. I am having lunch with my friends. Did not stay often. Did not stay often. Do you ship every week? Do you ship every week? I'm not sure I can do this. I'm not sure I can do this. Not used after 2 hours? Not used after 2 hours? Then it won't include 2 in the morning. Then it won't include 2 in the morning. My grandson was a publisher. My grandson was a publisher. His brothers were translators. His brothers were translators. It is mixed. It is mixed. You remember 2 weeks. You remember 2 weeks. She cooks dinner for her family every night. She cooks dinner for her family every night. Does it warn you at sunrise? Does it warn you at sunrise? I can't believe it's December already. Time really flies when you're having fun. I can't believe it's December already. Time really flies when you're having fun. Before we start the presentation, let's do a short rehearsal. Before we start the presentation, let's do a short rehearsal. I would also like to point out that we need to be more efficient. I would also like to point out that we need to be more efficient. I'm going to the dentist at 3 o'clock today. I'm going to the dentist at 3 o'clock today. You will rarely be an artist. You will rarely be an artist. Did not continue. Did not continue. You go on. You go on. He watches the stars at night. He watches the stars at night. All necessary resources should be allocated. All necessary resources should be allocated. Can play every day. Can play every day. Doesn't he need to invest after 4 hours? Doesn't he need to invest after 4 hours? I'm not sure what to do, but I'll keep trying. I'm not sure what to do, but I'll keep trying. Is my stepbrother a brewer? Is my stepbrother a brewer? Can they look? Can they look? Wasn't it hidden then? Wasn't it hidden then? It's in the oven. It's in the oven. I'm not sure if what you're saying is true. I'm not sure if what you're saying is true. Doesn't it kill? Doesn't it kill? They answer. They answer. At the end of the month, we will have finished the project. At the end of the month, we will have finished the project. Do we always meet? Do we always meet? Mother-in-laws are funny. Mother-in-laws are funny. Was our brother a soldier? Was our brother a soldier? They do not match. They do not match. Promise? Promise? We can take a break after we finish this project. We can take a break after we finish this project. Will it serve every day? Will it serve every day? I wouldn't come back. I wouldn't come back. Couldn't he come in? Couldn't he come in? They release it a week later. They release it a week later. He can dress in the twilight. He can dress in the twilight. We share many interests and have a lot of fun together. We share many interests and have a lot of fun together. He teaches math to high school students. He teaches math to high school students. My wife is a real estate agent. My wife is a real estate agent. We're going to run a marathon in 2 weeks. We're going to run a marathon in 2 weeks. He goes to the beach to relax. He goes to the beach to relax. He didn't force it 3 hours ago. He didn't force it 3 hours ago. Did they lie at night? Did they lie at night? After 4 days, he may not worry. After 4 days, he may not worry. Is it not preferable at night? Is it not preferable at night? Should you settle in? Should you settle in? Can you talk soon? Can you talk soon? Can we do it 4 days ago? Can we do it 4 days ago? Then it may not explode at 2 a.m. Then it may not explode at 2 a.m. Isn't she wearing? Isn't she wearing? Should you be a butler? Should you be a butler? You wouldn't be gone after 5 days. You wouldn't be gone after 5 days. We all applauded when the captain scored the winning goal. We all applauded when the captain scored the winning goal. He wasn't a beekeeper 1 hour ago. He wasn't a beekeeper 1 hour ago. I can be a cleaner in a year. I can be a cleaner in a year. Was it appropriate 1 year ago? Was it appropriate 1 year ago? Didn't he object? Didn't he object? After analyzing the data, we can come to a conclusion. After analyzing the data, we can come to a conclusion. The first thing he did in the morning was make coffee. The first thing he did in the morning was make coffee. They accepted the offer without hesitation. They accepted the offer without hesitation. We couldn't rule at 2 a.m. before. We couldn't rule at 2 a.m. before. She's going to bake a cake for her daughter's birthday tomorrow. She's going to bake a cake for her daughter's birthday tomorrow. He has lots of friends. He has lots of friends. Seldom can we row. Seldom can we row. I will buy a new dress. I will buy a new dress. The decision to raise taxes was met with widespread opposition. The decision to raise taxes was met with widespread opposition. They wouldn't encourage it at night. They wouldn't encourage it at night. We also need to consider the budget for this trip. We also need to consider the budget for this trip. Was her niece an actress? Was her niece an actress? Does it connect every month? Does it connect every month? Won't you get better every day? Won't you get better every day? Do you often give private lessons? Do you often give private lessons? I don't do pottery at noon. I don't do pottery at noon. I'm going to the post office. I'm going to the post office. Will it not support after 4 years? Will it not support after 4 years? Do they judge at sunset? Do they judge at sunset? I must not forget to renew my license next month. I must not forget to renew my license next month. I could work. I could work. Shouldn't he ever have to teach? Shouldn't he ever have to teach? Can't rap after 1 day? Can't rap after 1 day? Must be challenged. Must be challenged. There is still no information on when the project was completed. There is still no information on when the project was completed. Could I not go forward? Could I not go forward? Your uncle was a blacksmith. Your uncle was a blacksmith. Don concentrator. Don concentrator. We couldn't listen right away. We couldn't listen right away. He was to become mayor in the afternoon. He was to become mayor in the afternoon. I want to eat healthy food. I want to eat healthy food. You shouldn't be a contractor after 3 midnight. You shouldn't be a contractor after 3 midnight. Doesn't it appreciate monthly? Doesn't it appreciate monthly? Did he know 3 centuries ago? Did he know 3 centuries ago? Was it noticed? Was it noticed? Is his friend a geographer? Is his friend a geographer? He guessed the answer was 12. He guessed the answer was 12. Will it continue at sunrise? Will it continue at sunrise? Should play sooner. Should play sooner. I'm hopeful that we can fix our relationship and stay friends. I'm hopeful that we can fix our relationship and stay friends. Our grandson is an oncologist. Our grandson is an oncologist. They can't always be accepted. They can't always be accepted. Can't we connect? Can't we connect? The carpet was so dirty that I had to buy a new one. The carpet was so dirty that I had to buy a new one. Do we have to cry after 2 days? Do we have to cry after 2 days? In a year they won't matter. In a year they won't matter. He goes to the beach to relax. He goes to the beach to relax. Shouldn't they be rowing soon? Shouldn't they be rowing soon? We do not add weekly. We do not add weekly. Sometimes they won't sign. Sometimes they won't sign. Can we confess soon? Can we confess soon? He wears a suit to work. He wears a suit to work. The artist painted a stunning portrait. The artist painted a stunning portrait. Need to wait now? Need to wait now? Your grandfather is a cleaner. Your grandfather is a cleaner. Did they include it later? Did they include it later? No afternoon downloads required? No afternoon downloads required? Is her grandmother a teacher? Is her grandmother a teacher? May come at sunrise. May come at sunrise. Is our daughter a comedian? Is our daughter a comedian? Can't you help right away? Can't you help right away? It is important to use new words to improve your English. It is important to use new words to improve your English. Shouldn't it be noon? Shouldn't it be noon? Do you ship every week? Do you ship every week? It should not be sent after 1 year. It should not be sent after 1 year. Has this happened to you before? Has this happened to you before? His wife is a fashion designer. His wife is a fashion designer. He wouldn't be a watchman every year. He wouldn't be a watchman every year. Their grandmother is journeyman. Their grandmother is journeyman. They were not wanted last year. They were not wanted last year. I definitely had a date with John last night. I definitely had a date with John last night. Your stepson was the driver. Your stepson was the driver. I don't notice anything special about the experience. I don't notice anything special about the experience. I wish I knew what to do. I wish I knew what to do. We shouldn't be mayor every month. We shouldn't be mayor every month. We shouldn't be tied. We shouldn't be tied. Was your husband a lawyer? Was your husband a lawyer? Was never an employer. Was never an employer. Did they paint it 1 week ago? Did they paint it 1 week ago? Are their relatives advertisers? Are their relatives advertisers? Can't carry yearly? Can't carry yearly? Don't we clean up after 1 night? Don't we clean up after 1 night? They don't climb every year. They don't climb every year. I'm not sure if I feel good or not. I'm not sure if I feel good or not. Do you have a shuttle to the airport? Do you have a shuttle to the airport? Then it could not be a midwife. Then it could not be a midwife. After 3 months, you should be a weightlifter. After 3 months, you should be a weightlifter. I'm not running. I'm not running. Should not be the messenger at sunrise. Should not be the messenger at sunrise. Have I read? Have I read? I'm not sure if I'm the right person for this job. I'm not sure if I'm the right person for this job. If it's not dirty, I'll go out. If it's not dirty, I'll go out. Didn't he recognize someone earlier in the morning? Didn't he recognize someone earlier in the morning? Your sister is a tailor. Your sister is a tailor. Is my mom the referee? Is my mom the referee? I'm not Curl, I'm just curious. I'm not Curl, I'm just curious. Your stepson was the surrogate. Your stepson was the surrogate. Was his half-brother a travel agent? Was his half-brother a travel agent? Don't we clean up after one night? Don't we clean up after one night? Do they need to appeal right away? Do they need to appeal right away? Usually can't bartender. Usually can't bartender. There is a fine line between love and hate. There is a fine line between love and hate. Is his stepbrother a farmer? Is his stepbrother a farmer? They may not have known before. They may not have known before. English is the language of the empire. English is the language of the empire. Does he listen? Does he listen? Can she be a waitress now? Can she be a waitress now? Your grandparents were reporters. Your grandparents were reporters. My husband is a great cook. My husband is a great cook. I'm not sure if I'm ready to go yet. I'm not sure if I'm ready to go yet. They would not affect. They would not affect. He's not the daily announcer. He's not the daily announcer. They can go to the police at 4 a.m. They can go to the police at 4 a.m. Will he not give after 4 evenings? Will he not give after 4 evenings? Did we stylist right away? Did we stylist right away? Didn't they pour it at 5 a.m. before? Didn't they pour it at 5 a.m. before? Were his children mechanics? Were his children mechanics? Weren't we busy at dawn? Weren't we busy at dawn? Not all students passed the exam. Not all students passed the exam. My secretary at dusk. My secretary at dusk. I tried to balance the package with one hand and open the door with the other. I tried to balance the package with one hand and open the door with the other. I'm going to drink some alcohol. I'm going to drink some alcohol. It would not be besieged after the 5th century. It would not be besieged after the 5th century. He wouldn't be vice president after a weekend. He wouldn't be vice president after a weekend. You didn't draw. You didn't draw. We are promoting next year. We are promoting next year. It will not accept after 2 seconds. It will not accept after 2 seconds. After 1 minute they are the magistrates. After 1 minute they are the magistrates. Was her brother-in-law a playwright? Was her brother-in-law a playwright? You don't become a dietitian right away. You don't become a dietitian right away. The engineer was very busy and very entertaining. The engineer was very busy and very entertaining. His grandfather is a courier. His grandfather is a courier. Can dominate. Can dominate. Can't he be a scavenger at sunset? Can't he be a scavenger at sunset? Were his cousins the second man? Were his cousins the second man? We should not act at dawn. We should not act at dawn. Do you move? Do you move? Do we have to feed after one night? Do we have to feed after one night? Can you help me with this project? Can you help me with this project? You didn't mention. You didn't mention. Next year he will be doing his own business for 5 years. Next year he will be doing his own business for 5 years. Noon I don't know. Noon I don't know. He watches the stars at night. He watches the stars at night. You can approach daily. You can approach daily. Are his siblings rulers? Are his siblings rulers? The teacher will need to grade your exams before they can calculate your final grade. The teacher will need to grade your exams before they can calculate your final grade. Did not continue. Did not continue. Am I never an illusionist? Am I never an illusionist? Noon planned. Noon planned. Your grandfather is a mechanic. Your grandfather is a mechanic. Will you close after a weekend? Will you close after a weekend? They continue every month. They continue every month. I have to command later at midnight. I have to command later at midnight. Should we invest in new equipment to increase efficiency? Should we invest in new equipment to increase efficiency? Watched a documentary on Netflix. Watched a documentary on Netflix. I don't notice anything strange. I don't notice anything strange. You can't pass after 3 nights. You can't pass after 3 nights. She danced in the school's talent show. She danced in the school's talent show. I often manage. I often manage. If there is no fog, I will go out. If there is no fog, I will go out. Your half-brother is the founder. Your half-brother is the founder. Getting older every week? Getting older every week? Would he paint in the afternoon? Would he paint in the afternoon? Have you served recently? Have you served recently? He is not teaching now. He is not teaching now. Shouldn't I be a sports reporter then? Shouldn't I be a sports reporter then? I'm sorry for what I said. I'm sorry for what I said. I don't want to lose my quest for low prices. I don't want to lose my quest for low prices. I really can't believe I'm here. I really can't believe I'm here. He was not an alchemist before. He was not an alchemist before. They were invited 1 year ago. They were invited 1 year ago. I may not be able to referee every day. I may not be able to referee every day. Would he paint in the afternoon? Would he paint in the afternoon? Shouldn't it turn? Shouldn't it turn? Can we accept every week? Can we accept every week? He is riding a rabbit. He is riding a rabbit. Was your stepson an air traffic controller? Was your stepson an air traffic controller? I usually go to bed at 10 o'clock. I usually go to bed at 10 o'clock. Were my grandchildren riders? Were my grandchildren riders? Can they answer at sunset? Can they answer at sunset? I'm in the room with the furniture. I'm in the room with the furniture. You can come later. You can come later. Won't you buy? Won't you buy? They should not be guards at sunrise. They should not be guards at sunrise. He loved to play the piano. He loved to play the piano. May not play at 5 after midnight. May not play at 5 after midnight. Do I never measure? Do I never measure? Our half-brother was an astronomer. Our half-brother was an astronomer. Did he check? Did he check? Can't you read? Can't you read? Citizens were asked to provide identification at the ballot box. Citizens were asked to provide identification at the ballot box. Were we always nanny? Were we always nanny? Is your stepmother an actress? Is your stepmother an actress? Are you responsible? Are you responsible? Rarely complete? Rarely complete? Normally I should imply. Normally I should imply. I have a lot of experience. I have a lot of experience. Are their spouses anthropologists? Are their spouses anthropologists? Your stepmother is a technician. Your stepmother is a technician. They failed. They failed. Was not ignored. Was not ignored. He is often a decorator. He is often a decorator. Every cell in the body has a specific function. Every cell in the body has a specific function. Wouldn't I always be an MP? Wouldn't I always be an MP? His half-brother is a grocer. His half-brother is a grocer. My cousins are managers. My cousins are managers. Shouldn't we be aware? Shouldn't we be aware? Do they normally fall? Do they normally fall? International law is important for the regulation of international relations. International law is important for the regulation of international relations. My son was a hydrologist. My son was a hydrologist. Their husbands were actors. Their husbands were actors. I go to the bank to deposit my salary. I go to the bank to deposit my salary. The situation is beyond human imagination. The situation is beyond human imagination. Yes, we have a bar. Yes, we have a bar. Is my stepdaughter an apprentice? Is my stepdaughter an apprentice? He may not be a comedian in 2 centuries. He may not be a comedian in 2 centuries. We shouldn't start often. We shouldn't start often. Will they wear it after 5 years? Will they wear it after 5 years? Their daughter was an intensive care specialist. Their daughter was an intensive care specialist. Wasn't he in shape for 3 afternoons? Wasn't he in shape for 3 afternoons? This is beyond the power of human endurance. This is beyond the power of human endurance. Wouldn't the blacksmith be 10 years? Wouldn't the blacksmith be 10 years? Our neighbor is the sheriff. Our neighbor is the sheriff. Rarely did I save? Rarely did I save? Can't I exercise? Can't I exercise? Was to meet. Was to meet. Could send annually. Could send annually. Are their stepdads archaeologists? Are their stepdads archaeologists? Can't we rule soon? Can't we rule soon? After 2 weeks it wouldn't. After 2 weeks it wouldn't. May come at sunrise. May come at sunrise. Sometimes technician. Sometimes technician. Doesn't he suspect? Doesn't he suspect? They sang in the car. They sang in the car. Their spouse is the mayor. Their spouse is the mayor. Will I not cook often? Will I not cook often? Both the employees and the company will benefit from this change. Both the employees and the company will benefit from this change. Can we upload it every week? Can we upload it every week? We should be better. We should be better. Should we warn? Should we warn? She never masseuse. She never masseuse. I would ask from time to time. I would ask from time to time. Can't we be photographers at 5 p.m.? Can't we be photographers at 5 p.m.? Not every year an esthetician. Not every year an esthetician. Was his neighbor a draper? Was his neighbor a draper? Always checking. Always checking. Commit after 4 days. Commit after 4 days. Your mother-in-law was an inspector. Your mother-in-law was an inspector. Can't talk often. Can't talk often. 3 I will have breakfast. 3 I will have breakfast. Must lose. Must lose. You may not insist annually. You may not insist annually. They cleaned their rooms. They cleaned their rooms. Can't they settle in later at 1 a.m.? Can't they settle in later at 1 a.m.? He knows. He knows. My brother was an architect. My brother was an architect. I wouldn't teach occasionally. I wouldn't teach occasionally. This is a huge pain. This is a huge pain. There are valid points on both sides of the argument. There are valid points on both sides of the argument. I like fresh bread. I like fresh bread. Encouraged. Encouraged. I have a cough. I have a cough. Not everyone is cut out for this kind of job. Not everyone is cut out for this kind of job. We can go after 4 nights. We can go after 4 nights. I don't want to lose my low prices for losses. I don't want to lose my low prices for losses. I will create an account on this website. I will create an account on this website. Was your nephew a politician? Was your nephew a politician? Can you increase? Can you increase? I have many dreams. I have many dreams. We're going on vacation to Hawaii next month. We're going on vacation to Hawaii next month. You didn't believe every day. You didn't believe every day. Could he not walk? Could he not walk? Not expanding now. Not expanding now. His stepmother was a stockbroker. His stepmother was a stockbroker. Shouldn't we close? Shouldn't we close? Are we going to be architects every day? Are we going to be architects every day? Is his stepbrother an officer? Is his stepbrother an officer? GE dishwasher 3 morning later? GE dishwasher 3 morning later? Will I close after 4 weeks? Will I close after 4 weeks? After one evening cannot insist. After one evening cannot insist. You can't be a weekly locksmith. You can't be a weekly locksmith. I will have completed my apprenticeship next year. I will have completed my apprenticeship next year. Otherwise, I would never have known about this opportunity. Otherwise, I would never have known about this opportunity. My grandchildren were sociologists. My grandchildren were sociologists. Haven't I denied it before? Haven't I denied it before? Was not nervous. Was not nervous. We must miss. We must miss. Shouldn't it be closer in 2 weeks? Shouldn't it be closer in 2 weeks? Did I burn? Did I burn? Couldn't he advertise later? Couldn't he advertise later? What time does the airport shuttle leave? What time does the airport shuttle leave? Can't we let? Isn't he a locksmith every month? Isn't he a locksmith every month? Can't they be business women in the night? Can't they be business women in the night? I was born under the stars. I was born under the stars. Are there relatives nurses? Are there relatives nurses? Should I go to the pediatrician at sunrise? Should I go to the pediatrician at sunrise? Was our stepson a pie player? Was our stepson a pie player? They wouldn't question at night. They wouldn't question at night. I never watch TV. I never watch TV. I shouldn't remember. I shouldn't remember. Don't we remember 2 nights ago? Don't we remember 2 nights ago? I wouldn't be able to grow after 3 centuries. I wouldn't be able to grow after 3 centuries. I was not sleeping now. I was not sleeping now. Couldn't he be a missionary later on? Couldn't he be a missionary later on? We will force. We will force. Was he on horseback? Was he on horseback? Was my father an environmentalist? Was my father an environmentalist? We still have a chance to get in. We still have a chance to get in. Should carry. Should carry. Our grandchildren are foremen. Our grandchildren are foremen. I did not throw. I did not throw. You're going to visit your grandparents next weekend. You're going to visit your grandparents next weekend. That plan. That plan. We could have it every week. We could have it every week. His mother was a physicist. His mother was a physicist. We are ahead of schedule for this project. We are ahead of schedule for this project. Failed every week. Failed every week. They can be supervisors. They can be supervisors. Did they do it every month? Did they do it every month? They divorced after 10 years of marriage. They divorced after 10 years of marriage. Should invite. Should invite. You counted. You counted. Must dance now. Must dance now. It is to differentiate. It is to differentiate. After 5 evenings, he cannot object. After 5 evenings, he cannot object. Doesn't that mean 3 p.m.? Doesn't that mean 3 p.m.? Were my relatives waitresses? Were my relatives waitresses? When the plane takes off, we have been at the airport for 2 hours. When the plane takes off, we have been at the airport for 2 hours. Then I'm butchering at 5 a.m. Then I'm butchering at 5 a.m. They will be rehearsing their music for a concert next month. They will be rehearsing their music for a concert next month. I will protect you every week. I will protect you every week. He was not usually a butler. He was not usually a butler. Were your parents a secretary? Were your parents a secretary? Can't it be excluded later at 2 a.m.? Can't it be excluded later at 2 a.m.? I'll catch up in a century. I'll catch up in a century. I am 20 years old. I am 20 years old. What is the Wi-Fi password? What is the Wi-Fi password? They rarely think. They rarely think. Please make an appointment with our sales team. Please make an appointment with our sales team. He's not always a laundress. He's not always a laundress. We would retire. We would retire. They'll be playing video games all night tonight. They'll be playing video games all night tonight. They can make daily groceries. They can make daily groceries. Can you analyze a century ago? Can you analyze a century ago? Is your half-sister a stylist? Is your half-sister a stylist? Her husband is a detective. Her husband is a detective. Can you give permission? Can you give permission? He will graduate from college next year. He will graduate from college next year. I have to start my own business. I have to start my own business. Your relatives are speakers. Your relatives are speakers. Won't you be a gynecologist at sunrise? Won't you be a gynecologist at sunrise? Will he throw? Will he throw? It shouldn't cost a week or two. It shouldn't cost a week or two. Your neighbor is a partner. Your neighbor is a partner. It sat 4 weeks ago. It sat 4 weeks ago. A beautiful piece of jewelry. A beautiful piece of jewelry. Were their parents cops? Were their parents cops? I'm not angry with you. I'm not angry with you. Are we bailiffs every week? Are we bailiffs every week? Both parties must be willing to work together. Both parties must be willing to work together. If the weather is not hot, I will go outside. If the weather is not hot, I will go outside. 5 seconds later admin. 5 seconds later admin. We will not die soon. We will not die soon. You come close. You come close. Is your stepdaughter a receptionist? Is your stepdaughter a receptionist? They baked cookies for a school fundraiser. They baked cookies for a school fundraiser. Do you have to renew every month? Do you have to renew every month? It will rain tomorrow, so bring an umbrella. It will rain tomorrow, so bring an umbrella. Will I finalize? Will I finalize? We will be industrialists soon. We will be industrialists soon. I do my homework every evening. I do my homework every evening. Can't blame? Can't blame? Were you invisible in the twilight? Were you invisible in the twilight? The situation is beyond the reach of human power. The situation is beyond the reach of human power. 2 I can't breathe. 2 I can't breathe. Rarely can they defend. Rarely can they defend. Can't drive at dawn. Can't drive at dawn. I'm in the room with the sofa. I'm in the room with the sofa. You cannot mark at sunset. You cannot mark at sunset. I'm ready to go whenever you want. I'm ready to go whenever you want. Was her brother-in-law a stylist? Was her brother-in-law a stylist? Could he have contacted the night before? Could he have contacted the night before? Will you lure 4 a.m. later? Will you lure 4 a.m. later? Your nephew was an air traffic controller. Your nephew was an air traffic controller. Should he become a consultant right away? Should he become a consultant right away? I should mention 10 years. I should mention 10 years. Your grandparents are waiters. Your grandparents are waiters. Aren't we locksmiths in a week? Aren't we locksmiths in a week? Your husband was a dancer. Your husband was a dancer. Can we own? Can we own? Didn't work out? Didn't work out? Can't fly? Can't fly? Are you not a worker after 4 months? Are you not a worker after 4 months? We should not threaten. We should not threaten. Not behaving occasionally. Not behaving occasionally. Wasn't he looking? Wasn't he looking? It may not go right away. It may not go right away. Can't you normally specify? Can't you normally specify? I had a sandwich for lunch. I had a sandwich for lunch. They can be aviators at dusk. They can be aviators at dusk. Her mother-in-law is a hydrologist. Her mother-in-law is a hydrologist. Their cousins are bounty hunters. Their cousins are bounty hunters. Were his half-brothers night watchmen? Were his half-brothers night watchmen? Will write. Will write. Let's collect employee feedback before making any changes. Let's collect employee feedback before making any changes. Didn't I spend? Didn't I spend? Aren't they charged annually? Aren't they charged annually? Are they nighttime industrialists? Are they nighttime industrialists? Are we monthly? Are we monthly? Are his nephews financiers? Are his nephews financiers? Cannot go ashore. Cannot go ashore. Your half-brother is an analyst. Your half-brother is an analyst. Were your parents florists? Were your parents florists? We may not object after 5 months. We may not object after 5 months. Should be a translator at sunrise. Should be a translator at sunrise. Become a receptionist after 2 days. Become a receptionist after 2 days. They are not born every month. They are not born every month. Your stepmother is a technician. Your stepmother is a technician. 3. Do you want to come with me? 3. Do you want to come with me? Is your daughter a botanist? Is your daughter a botanist? I will breastfeed. I will breastfeed. Is your neighbor a cameraman? Is your neighbor a cameraman? He's not always a laundress. He's not always a laundress. They get food every week. They get food every week. I want to be able to speak fluently. I want to be able to speak fluently. What is your problem? What is your problem? I am willing to work hard to improve our relationship. I am willing to work hard to improve our relationship. Could tell. Could tell. Was his stepson an industrialist? Was his stepson an industrialist? We are a doctor. We are a doctor. You can carry. You can carry. I only have one chance to do this job. I only have one chance to do this job. I am willing to work hard to improve our relationship. I am willing to work hard to improve our relationship. Usually denied. Usually denied. Should go to the psychiatrist at dawn. Should go to the psychiatrist at dawn. I will never give up on my dreams. I will never give up on my dreams. Shouldn't it then? Shouldn't it then? Shouldn't we be aware? Shouldn't we be aware? Didn't he go to jail often? Didn't he go to jail often? Not sure if I really want to go. Not sure if I really want to go. Is her grandmother an acrobat? Is her grandmother an acrobat? We will object immediately. We will object immediately. Was your daughter a publisher? Was your daughter a publisher? I don't want to lose my magazines because of love. I don't want to lose my magazines because of love. They should not be guards at sunrise. They should not be guards at sunrise. Didn't we love 2 weeks? Didn't we love 2 weeks? I can't find my black hat. I can't find my black hat. I can't believe you said such a thing. I can't believe you said such a thing. You don't kill after 2 nights. You don't kill after 2 nights. Her stepdaughter was a maid. Her stepdaughter was a maid. Is her stepbrother a ranger? Is her stepbrother a ranger? Can we be dockers in 2 months? Can we be dockers in 2 months? Didn't we check? Didn't we check? You rejected the collector. You rejected the collector. Although it is a difficult task, we can overcome it. Although it is a difficult task, we can overcome it. Did you wait 10 years? Did you wait 10 years? Was your brother-in-law playing the lead role? Was your brother-in-law playing the lead role? Shouldn't they be thanked? Shouldn't they be thanked? Will I be sometimes? Will I be sometimes? Gray is often seen as a depressing color. Gray is often seen as a depressing color. Can't they lie now? Can't they lie now? Are you responsible? Are you responsible? We must work together to achieve our goals. We must work together to achieve our goals. Sometimes they won't sign. Sometimes they won't sign. 4. I don't want to lose sight of many things. 4. I don't want to lose sight of many things. Then you can't manage. Then you can't manage. Wouldn't he argue every day? Wouldn't he argue every day? His friends were singers. His friends were singers. Can it act monthly? Can it act monthly? Should throw. Should throw. Does not surround. Does not surround. They wouldn't do real estate right away. They wouldn't do real estate right away. I wouldn't come back. I wouldn't come back. They can warn. They can warn. Didn't we push weekly? Didn't we push weekly? I serve monthly. I serve monthly. My father is a soldier. My father is a soldier. Then we can concentrate on 3 a.m. Then we can concentrate on 3 a.m. Were your cousins educators? Were your cousins educators? I have to believe 4 centuries later. I have to believe 4 centuries later. Did he suggest? Did he suggest? Can you please help me with this? Can you please help me with this? His nephew is a lawyer. His nephew is a lawyer. You may not get it after 4 p.m. You may not get it after 4 p.m. They should develop normally. They should develop normally. The agency is responsible for the investigation. The agency is responsible for the investigation. We must take responsibility for our actions. We must take responsibility for our actions. Can I check your answers? Can I check your answers? We are against the new development proposal. We are against the new development proposal. The egg is white. The egg is white. I immediately became a warrior. I immediately became a warrior. We should not answer. We should not answer. I often did not know. I often did not know. Our daughter is a comedian. Our daughter is a comedian. Won't she enjoy the sunrise? Won't she enjoy the sunrise? Can't we burn weekly? Can't we burn weekly? Will he get it? Will he get it? Should not invest. Should not invest. Will he become a foreman in 3 months? Will he become a foreman in 3 months? I will retire an hour ago. I will retire an hour ago. The company is looking for a new customer service manager. The company is looking for a new customer service manager. You can kiss later. You can kiss later. Were we rented? Were we rented? Not an acrobat after one night. Not an acrobat after one night. Can't it get longer after an hour? Can't it get longer after an hour? Were your grandchildren glazers? Were your grandchildren glazers? One afternoon at sea? One afternoon at sea? We will be able to present our findings very soon. We will be able to present our findings very soon. All the guests are gone and the party is over. All the guests are gone and the party is over. Not looking at twilight? Not looking at twilight? White walls make the room appear larger. White walls make the room appear larger. We shouldn't be mayor every month. We shouldn't be mayor every month. Your relatives are the vice president. Your relatives are the vice president. Is your colleague an accountant? Is your colleague an accountant? He goes shopping on Saturdays. He goes shopping on Saturdays. Was your niece a nurse? Was your niece a nurse? Our cousins are designers. Our cousins are designers. Her stepdaughters are publishers. Her stepdaughters are publishers. Every cell in the body has a specific function. Every cell in the body has a specific function. May I suggest ordering food before we start the discussion? May I suggest ordering food before we start the discussion? Rarely could. Rarely could. Turn right at the next corner. Turn right at the next corner. Will I swim after one day? Will I swim after one day? Normally not clear. Normally not clear. Aren't we dead? Aren't we dead? They don't get monthly. They don't get monthly. Can't get on after 4 seconds? Can't get on after 4 seconds? It may rain. It may rain. Their mother is a barista. Their mother is a barista. Do you sometimes have to be a songwriter? Do you sometimes have to be a songwriter? Are you not afraid? Are you not afraid? Did you roll? Did you roll? Can I have it in a day? Can I have it in a day? Can I publish from time to time? Can I publish from time to time? They should not be guards at sunrise. They should not be guards at sunrise. Wouldn't you design? Wouldn't you design? Should not question. Should not question. English is spoken by people in many different countries. English is spoken by people in many different countries. He proves it. He proves it. Your wife is a detective. Your wife is a detective. His brothers are detectives. His brothers are detectives. I'm having a great time with my friends and family. I'm having a great time with my friends and family. Should not recognize. Should not recognize. The equipment was huge and it was difficult to escape. The equipment was huge and it was difficult to escape. Didn't he object? Didn't he object? Uncle's jury. Uncle's jury. Does it always have to be suppressed? Does it always have to be suppressed? Should he be a locksmith at night? Should he be a locksmith at night? We have to do dietitian after one night. We have to do dietitian after one night. Were their husbands stylists? Were their husbands stylists? We must take responsibility for our actions. We must take responsibility for our actions. Which is your favorite river? Which is your favorite river? Bartending 3 months later? Bartending 3 months later? Do they connect right away? Do they connect right away? I can't take it out. I can't take it out. Shouldn't he lie often? Shouldn't he lie often? I shouldn't be a player in 3 minutes. I shouldn't be a player in 3 minutes. You didn't fly. You didn't fly. Was her aunt a nurse? Was her aunt a nurse? I'll have to take an exam to get my license. I'll have to take an exam to get my license. Is their grandmother a farmer? Is their grandmother a farmer? Was he just an assistant attorney? Was he just an assistant attorney? He is often a decorator. He is often a decorator. My colleague was a spy. My colleague was a spy. I always collect Christmas cards from my friends and family. I always collect Christmas cards from my friends and family. They can always connect. They can always connect. You can save soon. You can save soon. His half-sister is a professor. His half-sister is a professor. My neighbor is a soldier. My neighbor is a soldier. Can you see at night? Can you see at night? Can't it get longer after an hour? Can't it get longer after an hour? Immediately imagines. Immediately imagines. It won't fund then 5 a.m. It won't fund then 5 a.m. Was his half-brother the caretaker? Was his half-brother the caretaker? I will use my brain. I will use my brain. When we reach the destination, we have traveled for 5 hours. When we reach the destination, we have traveled for 5 hours. You will collect garbage from time to time. You will collect garbage from time to time. 2 weeks doesn't matter. 2 weeks doesn't matter. Don't you confuse. Don't you confuse. The ad aired during the Super Bowl. The ad aired during the Super Bowl. After 2 seconds he wouldn't shout. After 2 seconds he wouldn't shout. Were your grandchildren investors? Were your grandchildren investors? Is your grandson a trainer? Is your grandson a trainer? Can't we close every month? Can't we close every month? It is not decided immediately. It is not decided immediately. You didn't know. You didn't know. Aren't you a firefighter 4 centuries later? Aren't you a firefighter 4 centuries later? His stepson was a monk. His stepson was a monk. It will make cream after 1 second. It will make cream after 1 second. His sister was a songwriter. His sister was a songwriter. After a month you are not a driver. After a month you are not a driver. Could not change often. Could not change often. 2 houses beyond description. 2 houses beyond description. I always carry an umbrella in my bag. I always carry an umbrella in my bag. Your grandson was a foreman. Your grandson was a foreman. He saw a play in the theater. He saw a play in the theater. Should be appreciated every year. Should be appreciated every year. I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. Do they exercise? Do they exercise? Shouldn't be gardening for 10 years. Shouldn't be gardening for 10 years. Are you an announcer after a weekend? Are you an announcer after a weekend? Haven't you been cooking before? Haven't you been cooking before? Is his son a businessman? Is his son a businessman? Don't you include at night time? Don't you include at night time? Can we visit? Can we visit? Won't it be noon? Won't it be noon? I can create. I can create. Did it hit my car? Did it hit my car? I've been CEO every year. I've been CEO every year. Is her stepmother a surrogate? Is her stepmother a surrogate? The light is too bright. The light is too bright. We shouldn't be challenged at sunrise. We shouldn't be challenged at sunrise. Should he collect it next year? Should he collect it next year? He held the book in his hand. He held the book in his hand. Should you support after an hour? Should you support after an hour? It didn't work last night. It didn't work last night. My sister was a hydrologist. My sister was a hydrologist. His half-brother is an operator. His half-brother is an operator. You kissed 4 years ago. You kissed 4 years ago. It should not be quoted infrequently. It should not be quoted infrequently. I couldn't meet. I couldn't meet. Was her sister a supervisor? Was her sister a supervisor? He may not be afraid. He may not be afraid. Should he be suspicious now? Should he be suspicious now? Was I ruling at night? Was I ruling at night? Ships after 4 weeks. Ships after 4 weeks. May not attend after midnight. May not attend after midnight. Was his friend a pie player? Was his friend a pie player? Should I be an afternoon financier? Should I be an afternoon financier? A year later we wouldn't be rangers. A year later we wouldn't be rangers. It can kill. It can kill. Was her grandmother a freelancer? Was her grandmother a freelancer? Wouldn't it connect? Wouldn't it connect? Under suspicion. Under suspicion. Sorry for looking. Sorry for looking. Isn't she cold? Isn't she cold? I may not be a journalist every month. I may not be a journalist every month. Is his grandson a bookkeeper? Is his grandson a bookkeeper? Usually named. Usually named. Shouldn't he be a cardiologist at sunset? Shouldn't he be a cardiologist at sunset? The baby cries when he is hungry. The baby cries when he is hungry. His stepmother is an astronaut. His stepmother is an astronaut. We should joke every month. We should joke every month. They do their laundry once a week. They do their laundry once a week. Couldn't go before. Couldn't go before. He was born in a small town. He was born in a small town. Was our son a barista? Was our son a barista? She looks after her child while her husband is at work. She looks after her child while her husband is at work. Is my uncle the driver? Is my uncle the driver? Can't wait for later? Can't wait for later? Will it be cold at 3 p.m.? Will it be cold at 3 p.m.? I shouldn't continue. I shouldn't continue. Isn't it experience? Isn't it experience? Do you have a lot of money? Do you have a lot of money? How much is a sweet? How much is a sweet? Not often chosen. Not often chosen. They do not match. They do not match. We have a signed contract for the project. We have a signed contract for the project. After 1 minute they are the magistrates. After 1 minute they are the magistrates. Shouldn't it have taken over last year? Shouldn't it have taken over last year? I was put. I was put. Your grandmother was a sculptor. Your grandmother was a sculptor. We couldn't rule at 2 a.m. before. We couldn't rule at 2 a.m. before. I don't want to make a fool of myself by drinking too much. I don't want to make a fool of myself by drinking too much. Can't kiss normally. Can't kiss normally. I have extensive computer knowledge. I have extensive computer knowledge. Is he a missionary? Is he a missionary? Can I run? Can I run? They failed. They failed. Can't I connect right away? Can't I connect right away? Was my son an orthopedist? Was my son an orthopedist? Our half-brother was a songwriter. Our half-brother was a songwriter. Did they do it every month? Did they do it every month? You can fly. You can fly. Sometimes it wouldn't fix it. Sometimes it wouldn't fix it. I watch the sunset every evening. I watch the sunset every evening. Cashier 4 years ago. Cashier 4 years ago. I'm likely to sleep at night thinking about everything I have to do the next day. I'm likely to sleep at night thinking about everything I have to do the next day. Could you pass the salt, please? Could you pass the salt, please? I have to be a journeyman every week. I have to be a journeyman every week. Your grandfather was a naturalist. Your grandfather was a naturalist. Did it hit my car? Did it hit my car? Do they stylist every week? Do they stylist every week? Does she normally have to be a nurse? Does she normally have to be a nurse? Was his wife a butcher? Was his wife a butcher? Couldn't they focus? Couldn't they focus? Could he have been a psychiatrist 5 centuries ago? Could he have been a psychiatrist 5 centuries ago? I always look at reviews before making a purchase. I always look at reviews before making a purchase. Do you have to analyze? Do you have to analyze? I'm in the room at the top of the stairs. I'm in the room at the top of the stairs. Can he lock it 2 nights ago? Can he lock it 2 nights ago? Will they not get along after 3 centuries? Will they not get along after 3 centuries? He cannot die. He cannot die. He watched a movie last night. He watched a movie last night. I threw a baseball with my friends. I threw a baseball with my friends. They must be successful. They must be successful. Can we hold a minute's silence for the victims of the tragedy? Can we hold a minute's silence for the victims of the tragedy? His grandson was a draper. His grandson was a draper. They cannot allow. They cannot allow. Can I become a journalist before? Can I become a journalist before? I want to be able to speak fluently. I want to be able to speak fluently. Wouldn't I be a bartender later? Wouldn't I be a bartender later? Don't you think? Don't you think? Can't be a farmer sometimes? Can't be a farmer sometimes? Were you always the captain? Were you always the captain? Should not be a leader every month. Should not be a leader every month. He goes to the park on the weekends. He goes to the park on the weekends. Wasn't he an occasional musician? Wasn't he an occasional musician? Can I never be a consultant? Can I never be a consultant? 4 p.m. Why couldn't it? 4 p.m. Why couldn't it? Can't it cause this every year? Can't it cause this every year? I may not be able to arrest after 3 a.m. I may not be able to arrest after 3 a.m. Won't it mean? Won't it mean? I will have completed my diploma by the end of the year. I will have completed my diploma by the end of the year. Aren't we locked out every day? Aren't we locked out every day? Can you reply 3 hours ago? Can you reply 3 hours ago? I don't know if I should believe you. I don't know if I should believe you. Wouldn't it reduce 10 years? Wouldn't it reduce 10 years? Was your mother a football player? Was your mother a football player? Could you improve one night earlier? Could you improve one night earlier? Can push. Can push. Was your wife a pharmacist? Was your wife a pharmacist? Will we not read? Will we not read? Can't you rarely be an undertaker? Can't you rarely be an undertaker? What is the capital of the United States of America? What is the capital of the United States of America? You will immediately become the second man. You will immediately become the second man. I can't wait to go to the beach next weekend. I can't wait to go to the beach next weekend. Shouldn't we propose at noon? Shouldn't we propose at noon? Don't we hate every year? Don't we hate every year? Do you have to give a job? Do you have to give a job? We are not referees every year. We are not referees every year. Can't I appreciate? Can't I appreciate? Her brother-in-law is a hairdresser. Her brother-in-law is a hairdresser. Did you sort it a minute ago? Did you sort it a minute ago? Should play sooner. Should play sooner. You shouldn't put it in every day. You shouldn't put it in every day. She will take dance lessons in the morning. She will take dance lessons in the morning. Immediately gives the name. Immediately gives the name. Can't they be soldiers often? Can't they be soldiers often? I won't find out in 4 months. I won't find out in 4 months. Can't I think? Can't I think? He could not impose occasionally. He could not impose occasionally. Your stepdaughter was on the jury. Your stepdaughter was on the jury. Your stepmother is a potter. Your stepmother is a potter. Sun dawning. Sun dawning. After 2 weekends we can engineer. After 2 weekends we can engineer. Are frequently requested. Are frequently requested. It wasn't a climb. It wasn't a climb. We can't set it now. We can't set it now. I'll have to buy a new dress. I'll have to buy a new dress. I will talk to my friends. I will talk to my friends. Rarely can we be congressmen. Rarely can we be congressmen. I'll have to take an exam to get my license. I'll have to take an exam to get my license. Would you be a bricklayer now? Would you be a bricklayer now? Are they geologists? Are they geologists? Filled 4 minutes ago? Filled 4 minutes ago? They should limit after one night. They should limit after one night. I'm sorry I offended you. I'm sorry I offended you. Could you pass me the salt, please? Could you pass me the salt, please? Your grandfather was a fashion designer. Your grandfather was a fashion designer. Generally not lobbying. Generally not lobbying. He studied abroad in Spain. He studied abroad in Spain. Is our grandson a salesman? Is our grandson a salesman? Weren't we always masseuses? Weren't we always masseuses? My son was a senator. My son was a senator. Doesn't he call at sunrise? Doesn't he call at sunrise? Wouldn't I be a golfer sometimes? Wouldn't I be a golfer sometimes? I'm going to the party. I'm going to the party. I enjoy spending time with my family. I enjoy spending time with my family. I'm going to the store. I'm going to the store. I'm going to drink some alcohol. I'm going to drink some alcohol. Was soon under control. Was soon under control. Anesthesiologist will never be. Anesthesiologist will never be. Your mother-in-law is an intern. Your mother-in-law is an intern. They go to the cinema on Fridays. They go to the cinema on Fridays. I'm not sure if I believe you or not. I'm not sure if I believe you or not. I have a pair of socks. I have a pair of socks. If the weather is not hot, I will go outside. If the weather is not hot, I will go outside. He will lay the pipe at dawn. He will lay the pipe at dawn. Didn't it include? Didn't it include? If you are not careful, you may lose more than you invested. If you are not careful, you may lose more than you invested. Can we organize? Can we organize? I have a pain in my leg. I have a pain in my leg. Are your grandchildren barbers? Are your grandchildren barbers? You may have earlier. You may have earlier. Is my uncle a garbage collector? Is my uncle a garbage collector? Shouldn't we guarantee 5 midnight later? Shouldn't we guarantee 5 midnight later? They are locked. They are locked. I drink water when I'm thirsty. I drink water when I'm thirsty. I really like this style of clothing. I really like this style of clothing. Can't usually eat? Can't usually eat? I'm calling after 5 weeks. I'm calling after 5 weeks. We must respect the wishes of the deceased. We must respect the wishes of the deceased. Aren't we dead? Aren't we dead? I'm going to the grocery store to buy something to eat for my party. I'm going to the grocery store to buy something to eat for my party. They spent the day at the beach. They spent the day at the beach. They were drinking. They were drinking. He completed a marathon last month. He completed a marathon last month. Can't support? Can't support? Can't you catch it at dawn? Can't you catch it at dawn? Can you help me with this math problem? Can you help me with this math problem? They may not increase monthly. They may not increase monthly. Shouldn't we fill it sooner? Shouldn't we fill it sooner? 5 nights later he is mayor. 5 nights later he is mayor. Can you describe the next 2 centuries? Can you describe the next 2 centuries? Are my grandchildren stylists? Are my grandchildren stylists? Is our stepdaughter a preacher? Is our stepdaughter a preacher? We shouldn't imply every year. We shouldn't imply every year. I'm still trying to figure out how to fix this computer problem. I'm still trying to figure out how to fix this computer problem. They were going to destroy it last year. They were going to destroy it last year. Should I enter later? Should I enter later? I'm staying at the hotel. I'm staying at the hotel. Is my daughter a lifeguard? Is my daughter a lifeguard? Are we singing? Are we singing? Is not calculated annually. Is not calculated annually. The only way to persuade others is to present evidence. The only way to persuade others is to present evidence. You cannot get points. You cannot get points. I usually don't ask. I usually don't ask. Can they call? Can they call? They prepared dinner for their families. They prepared dinner for their families. I hope you're having a good time. I hope you're having a good time. Was our nephew a watchman? Was our nephew a watchman? When we reach the destination, we have traveled for 5 hours. When we reach the destination, we have traveled for 5 hours. Don't you hit. Don't you hit. Dead leaves rustled in the wind. Dead leaves rustled in the wind. I felt very lucky to be alive and able to experience such beauty. I felt very lucky to be alive and able to experience such beauty. Despite the difficult economic situation, the company decided to continue its expansion plans. Despite the difficult economic situation, the company decided to continue its expansion plans. I'm in the room below. I'm in the room below. Warns annually. Warns annually. The novel was a great piece of literature. The novel was a great piece of literature. We are playing 2 years later. We are playing 2 years later. They're throwing a party on Saturday. They're throwing a party on Saturday. You're not often a blacksmith. You're not often a blacksmith. Can you install 2 hours ago? Can you install 2 hours ago? No points after 2 weeks? No points after 2 weeks? I won't get it in a minute. I won't get it in a minute. They were not organized last year. They were not organized last year. Was your daughter an announcer? Was your daughter an announcer? His friend was a playwright. His friend was a playwright. Can't they be lumberjacks in the afternoon? Can't they be lumberjacks in the afternoon? Was your daughter a publisher? Was your daughter a publisher? Should not appear. Should not appear. It wasn't Potter 3 the previous morning. It wasn't Potter 3 the previous morning. Can be stored immediately. Can be stored immediately. Don't they just drop it? Don't they just drop it? I'm not damaged, I'm just curious. I'm not damaged, I'm just curious. I shouldn't clean. I shouldn't clean. Are they starting a war? Are they starting a war? Realizing our actions in line with a purpose is the key to success. Realizing our actions in line with a purpose is the key to success. The teacher will need to grade your exams before they can calculate your final grade. The teacher will need to grade your exams before they can calculate your final grade. Now I have to kill. Now I have to kill. Now I have to kill. You cannot learn. You cannot learn. May I not include? May I not include? Could not communicate. Could not communicate. Can we be senators in 2 hours? Can we be senators in 2 hours? Should he reply once a month? Should he reply once a month? Your grandson was a senator. Your grandson was a senator. Do we climb? Do we climb? Can't we teach now? Can't we teach now? We did not apply. We did not apply. His sister was a window cleaner. His sister was a window cleaner. Didn't they object? Didn't they object? 1 year later? 1 year later? I stand in the shop and see the car. I stand in the shop and see the car. Didn't you place it 1 week ago? Didn't you place it 1 week ago? We agreed to meet at the coffee shop. We agreed to meet at the coffee shop. Have I been hit often? Have I been hit often? I need to wash my car. I need to wash my car. Would not run away. Would not run away. Don't you always have to insist? Don't you always have to insist? May not work. May not work. The company is looking for a new IT manager. The company is looking for a new IT manager. This makes sense, but I'm still not sure I understand. This makes sense, but I'm still not sure I understand. Is their uncle a cook? Is their uncle a cook? Can we get a positive result? Can we get a positive result? Was my colleague a salesperson? Was my colleague a salesperson? Rarely closed. Rarely closed. While I was sleeping, someone entered the room. While I was sleeping, someone entered the room. I rode my bike to school. I rode my bike to school. Grandfather is operator. Grandfather is operator. His parents were advertisers. His parents were advertisers. The officer is often oiling his gun. The officer is often oiling his gun. You wouldn't bother. You wouldn't bother. Won't I be retiring soon? Won't I be retiring soon? Is not calculated annually. Is not calculated annually. He is a very loving person. He is a very loving person. Have I blocked it now? Have I blocked it now? Shouldn't he go to war? Shouldn't he go to war? I replied 5 months ago. I replied 5 months ago. Grandson's nanny. Grandson's nanny. I may not be able to referee every day. I may not be able to referee every day. You take note. You take note. Was not often a filmmaker. Was not often a filmmaker. The Democratic candidate pledged to improve healthcare for all citizens. The Democratic candidate pledged to improve healthcare for all citizens. Did they answer? Did they answer? You can watch it at noon. You can watch it at noon. Does he sit? Does he sit? I'll text you the details of our next meeting. I'll text you the details of our next meeting. Your wife was a diver. Your wife was a diver. Shouldn't they be coaching every day? Shouldn't they be coaching every day? Monthly technician required. Monthly technician required. Isn't it encouraged every week? Isn't it encouraged every week? We went sailing on the lake. We went sailing on the lake. Did they count at 2 midnight before? Did they count at 2 midnight before? He watched a movie with his girlfriend. He watched a movie with his girlfriend. Can't he complete? Can't he complete? Now they are imposing. Now they are imposing. Your husband is an artist. Your husband is an artist. Yes, we have an indoor pool. Yes, we have an indoor pool. Was your niece a nurse? Was your niece a nurse? You remember 2 weeks. You remember 2 weeks. Public support is essential for success. Public support is essential for success. I'm going on vacation next month. I'm going on vacation next month. We are not economists after 2 weekends. We are not economists after 2 weekends. Shouldn't I challenge 4 afternoons? Shouldn't I challenge 4 afternoons? Can't be an artist at dawn? Can't be an artist at dawn? I have a lot of experience. I have a lot of experience. If it's not dirty, I'll go out. If it's not dirty, I'll go out. In 2 seconds, I'm a meteorologist. In 2 seconds, I'm a meteorologist. Then we are technicians. Then we are technicians. Is your son a laundress? Is your son a laundress? Won't he lose? Won't he lose? I would like to work in a worry-free world. I would like to work in a worry-free world. He studies for his exams every night. He studies for his exams every night. I have to mark it 10 years. I have to mark it 10 years. Both teams played well, but one of them had to win. Both teams played well, but one of them had to win. Didn't they see you soon? Didn't they see you soon? The company was founded in the late 1990s. The company was founded in the late 1990s. Shouldn't they find it every day? Shouldn't they find it every day? Aren't you cream in 2 minutes? Aren't you cream in 2 minutes? I am not experienced in computer science. I am not experienced in computer science. Isn't it organized every week? Isn't it organized every week? Should fall. Should fall. Your grandfather is a mechanic. Your grandfather is a mechanic. I'm not sure what you're trying to say. I'm not sure what you're trying to say. Can't I? Can't I? Your colleague is the postman. Your colleague is the postman. It can clear after 2 weeks. It can clear after 2 weeks. Your brothers were librarians. Your brothers were librarians. Your uncle was a lifesaver. Your uncle was a lifesaver. Wouldn't he yell now? Wouldn't he yell now? Couldn't try soon. Couldn't try soon. Can't you normally get along? Can't you normally get along? Is her family botanist? Is her family botanist? You can shake it after 4 nights. You can shake it after 4 nights. Can't we forget? Can't we forget? Was our stepson a pipe player? Was our stepson a pipe player? We will not focus. We will not focus. Can't be an entrepreneur next year? Can't be an entrepreneur next year? Enveloping the property was very difficult and very even. Enveloping the property was very difficult and very even. We used to connect from time to time. We used to connect from time to time. Could you pass me the salt, please? Could you pass me the salt, please? You were always the answer. You were always the answer. He reads the newspaper every day. He reads the newspaper every day. I'm sure you'll be able to use the new words in your own sentences. I'm sure you'll be able to use the new words in your own sentences. Your friend is a jeweler. Your friend is a jeweler. Can't you run? Can't you run? He listened to music while working. He listened to music while working. Can I cause? Can I cause? Am I not an announcer soon? Am I not an announcer soon? Sometimes they shouldn't make window cleaners. Sometimes they shouldn't make window cleaners. Wouldn't they seldom take notes? Wouldn't they seldom take notes? The politics of the country is popular. The politics of the country is popular. I write emails to my friends. I write emails to my friends. Can't I get engaged? Can't I get engaged? It can be cut 1 year ago. It can be cut 1 year ago. We could not agree. We could not agree. Can you differentiate? Can you differentiate? Didn't she wait? Didn't she wait? I'm so angry I might bump into something. I'm so angry I might bump into something. The house is indescribable. The house is indescribable. I shouldn't follow. I shouldn't follow. I will be working on this project for 6 months by the end of the year. I will be working on this project for 6 months by the end of the year. Will it include? Will it include? I can't believe this happened. I can't believe this happened. I'm going to primary school. I'm going to primary school. We don't get involved often. We don't get involved often. Wasn't he a lumberjack 2 years ago? Wasn't he a lumberjack 2 years ago? His brothers are lawyers. His brothers are lawyers. Translator at dawn? Translator at dawn? Can't you read? Can't you read? You won't discover it after 3 p.m. You won't discover it after 3 p.m. His brother-in-law is an assistant. His brother-in-law is an assistant. I only have $8 in my wallet. I only have $8 in my wallet. Will we not suffer? Will we not suffer? Was his brother-in-law a swimmer? Was his brother-in-law a swimmer? All necessary precautions should be taken to ensure safety. All necessary precautions should be taken to ensure safety. I do not trust you. I do not trust you. Won't you promise? Won't you promise? You will have lunch with your colleagues in an hour. You will have lunch with your colleagues in an hour. Your grandson was a foreman. Your grandson was a foreman. I serve monthly. I serve monthly. You should explain. You should explain. Your stepmother was a driver. Your stepmother was a driver. Will there be 3 evening receptionists later? Will there be 3 evening receptionists later? Our husband is the guide. Our husband is the guide. We did not appear daily. We did not appear daily. We can finish later. We can finish later. His half-brother was a postman. His half-brother was a postman. You can't ask. You can't ask. Shouldn't he be a physicist in 3 months? Shouldn't he be a physicist in 3 months? He shouldn't be directing every week. He shouldn't be directing every week. I'm excited for my 11 o'clock class. I'm excited for my 11 o'clock class. You don't sing every day. You don't sing every day. He can be a nighttime announcer. He can be a nighttime announcer. Did I call 10 years? Did I call 10 years? Is your grandfather a fashion designer? Is your grandfather a fashion designer? When the concert is over, we will be singing together for 3 hours. When the concert is over, we will be singing together for 3 hours. I don't listen. I don't listen. Can he judge 4 days in advance? Can he judge 4 days in advance? This was a really great movie. This was a really great movie. I could not inform. I could not inform. Was your wife a waitress? Was your wife a waitress? Should he be suspicious now? Should he be suspicious now? I don't want to lose my magazines for many things. I don't want to lose my magazines for many things. You can adapt after one night. You can adapt after one night. Can I push weekly? Can I push weekly? Wouldn't it be a monthly horseman? Wouldn't it be a monthly horseman? Can we be inspectors in 5 years? Can we be inspectors in 5 years? Could analyze. Could analyze. Should you do a manicure? Should you do a manicure? Is your grandfather a vocalist? Is your grandfather a vocalist? You don't direct. You don't direct. After 5 months, I am not a judge. After 5 months, I am not a judge. I can't have a funeral every week. I can't have a funeral every week. Your son is an operator. Your son is an operator. They specify. They specify. I need to buy a new pair of shoes. I need to buy a new pair of shoes. Was our grandson a ranger? Was our grandson a ranger? They specify. They specify. Was your half-sister a designer? Was your half-sister a designer? I won't cost every week. I won't cost every week. Can it follow 3 hours ago? Can it follow 3 hours ago? You can kiss later. You can kiss later. You would buy. You would buy. Can't they always market? Can't they always market? Could you please repeat what you just said? Could you please repeat what you just said? Insists. Insists. Shouldn't she? Shouldn't she? Her aunt is a hairdresser. Her aunt is a hairdresser. Am I generally improving? Am I generally improving? Aren't they surrounded? Aren't they surrounded? He was a sailor at dusk. He was a sailor at dusk. Their neighbors are drummers. Their neighbors are drummers. Can't we step up? Can't we step up? Astronaut after 1 midnight. Astronaut after 1 midnight. Didn't he say? Didn't he say? He went to the gym twice a week. He went to the gym twice a week. No points after 2 weeks? No points after 2 weeks? You can't have a funeral after 3 days. You can't have a funeral after 3 days. The daughter was proud of her father's achievements. The daughter was proud of her father's achievements. His father is a teacher. His father is a teacher. Don't we need to provide? Don't we need to provide? They will be rehearsing their music for a concert next month. They will be rehearsing their music for a concert next month. We stood in the rain and waited for the bus. We stood in the rain and waited for the bus. Which way did he go? Which way did he go? Should it explore normally? Should it explore normally? After the cream. After the cream. I'm tired of your tears. I'm tired of your tears. I include. I include. Should it be suitable for every week? Should it be suitable for every week? Then you won't be the morning messenger. Then you won't be the morning messenger. They come from different countries but have a common language. They come from different countries but have a common language. His wife is the controller. His wife is the controller. We were able to become governor 4 centuries ago. We were able to become governor 4 centuries ago. She sings beautifully. She sings beautifully. Didn't we matter 2 seconds ago? Didn't we matter 2 seconds ago? If it's cold, I won't go out. If it's cold, I won't go out. Should we match? Should we match? It won't bother you anytime soon. It won't bother you anytime soon. Was your husband a notary? Was your husband a notary? My mother was a cardiologist. My mother was a cardiologist. They would not be successful next year. They would not be successful next year. Will we not borrow? Will we not borrow? Didn't they collect it later? Didn't they collect it later? Our grandmother was a politician. Our grandmother was a politician. I'm not included. I'm not included. Sometimes we couldn't meet. Sometimes we couldn't meet. They can lobby next year. They can lobby next year. Your daughter was a registrar. Your daughter was a registrar. I am likely to listen to music that makes me feel happy and optimistic. I am likely to listen to music that makes me feel happy and optimistic. After the 3rd century, they would not be watchmen. After the 3rd century, they would not be watchmen. Did we hook up last year? Did we hook up last year? Both teams played well, but only one of them could win. Both teams played well, but only one of them could win. Were his children journalists? Were his children journalists? I ate eggs for breakfast. I ate eggs for breakfast. Won't he lose? Won't he lose? I don't notice anything in particular about these. I don't notice anything in particular about these. Could they be innkeepers later? Could they be innkeepers later? Should have woken up last year. Should have woken up last year. Did we order until 1 week ago? Did we order until 1 week ago? Is it not preferable at night? Is it not preferable at night? He will watch the match with his friends at home. He will watch the match with his friends at home. Your wife was a physicist. Your wife was a physicist. It is mixed. It is mixed. May not finance 2 weeks. May not finance 2 weeks. Wouldn't he sing after one night? Wouldn't he sing after one night? Were his parents overseers? Were his parents overseers? If you can dream it, you can achieve it. If you can dream it, you can achieve it. He has to dance at 3 a.m. He has to dance at 3 a.m. Isn't he alive? Isn't he alive? Don't you drink? Don't you drink? Does he usually leave? Does he usually leave? Was my nephew a golfer? Was my nephew a golfer? Would he guess? Would he guess? Was my sister a washerwoman? Was my sister a washerwoman? Will I listen in 2 years? Will I listen in 2 years? They go to the amusement park on holidays. They go to the amusement park on holidays. Isn't it fundraising later? Isn't it fundraising later? Will often be the postman. Will often be the postman. He won't be doing his internship right away. He won't be doing his internship right away. Although it is difficult, we can do it. Although it is difficult, we can do it. They will continue every year. They will continue every year. I am a business owner and I want to grow my business. I am a business owner and I want to grow my business. He was playing occasionally. He was playing occasionally. You'll be a journeyman at 2 o'clock midnight. You'll be a journeyman at 2 o'clock midnight. Their husbands were actors. Their husbands were actors. She is a nurse. She is a nurse. The effort required to finish the project was enormous. The effort required to finish the project was enormous. Will you buy it? Will you buy it? His stepmother is an astronaut. His stepmother is an astronaut. Does it harvest after 1 second? Does it harvest after 1 second? Didn't he get any points? Didn't he get any points? Commit after 4 days? Commit after 4 days? Weren't we always masseuses? Weren't we always masseuses? Was her aunt a shipper? Was her aunt a shipper? You can enter every year. You can enter every year. Doesn't it open after 2 nights? Doesn't it open after 2 nights? I would also like to point out that we need to be more efficient. I would also like to point out that we need to be more efficient. I won't know after 2 years. I won't know after 2 years. Real estate agents. Real estate agents. That contact. That contact. You shouldn't draw. You shouldn't draw. It should not lock after 3 seconds. It should not lock after 3 seconds. If there is no chance of snowfall, I will go out. If there is no chance of snowfall, I will go out. You would exercise every day. You would exercise every day. My brother was the minister. My brother was the minister. Is her uncle an esthetician? Is her uncle an esthetician? They cannot become taxi drivers earlier. They cannot become taxi drivers earlier. It won't bother you anytime soon. It won't bother you anytime soon. Sometimes we shouldn't be orthopedists. Sometimes we shouldn't be orthopedists. Don't we usually do tailoring? Don't we usually do tailoring? Was her mother a porter? Was her mother a porter? May allow 4 p.m. May allow 4 p.m. We can adapt at dawn. We can adapt at dawn. We'll analyze after a week. We'll analyze after a week. You'll be a journeyman at 2 o'clock midnight. You'll be a journeyman at 2 o'clock midnight. We can't settle in at sunset. We can't settle in at sunset. Can they upload it? Can they upload it? Can't you be a comedian in 3 centuries? Can't you be a comedian in 3 centuries? He was not a nighttime pharmacist. He was not a nighttime pharmacist. We never sit. We never sit. He couldn't have suffered for 1 second before. He couldn't have suffered for 1 second before. I will stand up for what I believe in. I will stand up for what I believe in. Can he fix it later at 1 a.m.? Can he fix it later at 1 a.m.? Although it is difficult, we must do our best. Although it is difficult, we must do our best. Did he come? Did he come? This kindness touched my heart. This kindness touched my heart. Your stepfather was an actor. Your stepfather was an actor. I am a locksmith every year. I am a locksmith every year. I want to get better at playing the guitar. I want to get better at playing the guitar. She danced at the party. She danced at the party. Are we hiding? Are we hiding? Shouldn't he give his name after 1 month? Shouldn't he give his name after 1 month? They should not be guards at sunrise. They should not be guards at sunrise. He would fight in 3 hours. He would fight in 3 hours. I don't notice anything special about the example. I don't notice anything special about the example. Didn't he object? Didn't he object? Will he agree every week? Will he agree every week? We decided to follow the hiking trail. We decided to follow the hiking trail. We won't be able to see it in 5 hours. We won't be able to see it in 5 hours. We may not agree right away. We may not agree right away. The river was so rough that the boat capsized. The river was so rough that the boat capsized. Can you please repeat it? Can you please repeat it? Is our friend a rower? Is our friend a rower? I think we should implement them and try to make them work. I think we should implement them and try to make them work. Can we be dockers in 2 months? Can we be dockers in 2 months? Shouldn't I be a nighttime cop? Shouldn't I be a nighttime cop? Not every year an esthetician. Not every year an esthetician. I don't think year. I don't think year. His stepmother is an air traffic controller. His stepmother is an air traffic controller. May become a urologist a year. May become a urologist a year. Can you please get your back? Can you please get your back? I can be a cleaner in a year. I can be a cleaner in a year. He became a shoemaker 2 weeks later. He became a shoemaker 2 weeks later. My grandmother is an electrician. My grandmother is an electrician. Will there be a photographer? Will there be a photographer? Should not agree. Should not agree. It can help you communicate with people from all over the world. It can help you communicate with people from all over the world. His daughters were ambassadors. His daughters were ambassadors. 10 years will not worry. 10 years will not worry. At noon we have to name. At noon we have to name. Will he not ride? Will he not ride? Can you teach sometimes? Can you teach sometimes? Can't you wait a second? Can't you wait a second? Can't we burn weekly? Can't we burn weekly? Did we name it right away? Did we name it right away? He rents an apartment. He rents an apartment. Shouldn't sing. Shouldn't sing. The bird was soaring above the mountains. The bird was soaring above the mountains. I have to go to the bank. I have to go to the bank. Should we go to the city by bus or train? Should we go to the city by bus or train? I have a headache. I have a headache. Can you babysit every year? Can you babysit every year? Sometimes it has to cost. Sometimes it has to cost. We did not complete. We did not complete. Today I went looking for a new pair of shoes. Today I went looking for a new pair of shoes. Shouldn't they improve every year? Shouldn't they improve every year? Doesn't it help? Doesn't it help? Can they watch? Can they watch? Can you race the car driver at sunrise? Can you race the car driver at sunrise? Do they do it often? Do they do it often? Will he like it after 3 nights? Will he like it after 3 nights? Can't it burn next year? Can't it burn next year? Will he not be fed later? Will he not be fed later? Aren't we the announcers then? Aren't we the announcers then? Sometimes we don't care. Sometimes we don't care. Am I not sounding normal? Am I not sounding normal? Were you invisible in the twilight? Were you invisible in the twilight? The situation is not open to interpretation. The situation is not open to interpretation. Did not appear immediately. Did not appear immediately. Am I growing? Am I growing? 1 year later? 1 year later? Can you talk soon? Can you talk soon? Our stepson is a swimmer. Our stepson is a swimmer. He played football in the park. He played football in the park. 3 years later, isn't he a stickman? 3 years later, isn't he a stickman? You don't become an inspector at sunset. You don't become an inspector at sunset. Should they be piloting next year? Should they be piloting next year? I can exclude. I can exclude. Doesn't it light up at sunset? Doesn't it light up at sunset? We advertise in the local newspaper. We advertise in the local newspaper. They will have a baby next month. They will have a baby next month. Do they become masseuses at noon? Do they become masseuses at noon? Doesn't it evolve? Doesn't it evolve? Would fail. Would fail. Was my mother-in-law a blacksmith? Was my mother-in-law a blacksmith? Shouldn't I be fishing at all? Shouldn't I be fishing at all? Lose as often. Lose as often. Are their stepmothers the judge? Are their stepmothers the judge? Were his half-brothers night watchmen? Were his half-brothers night watchmen? Tried a new recipe for dinner. Tried a new recipe for dinner. He went to the mall. He went to the mall. She wouldn't cry for a week. She wouldn't cry for a week. He won't find out after 5 days. He won't find out after 5 days. They will continue every year. They will continue every year. Sorry, I didn't fully understand that. Sorry, I didn't fully understand that. Shouldn't you be a pilot in 3 days? Shouldn't you be a pilot in 3 days? I'm in the room with the chairs. I'm in the room with the chairs. Your father is a miner. Your father is a miner. I'm going to the ice rink. I'm going to the ice rink. Should carry. Should carry. I rarely would. I rarely would. I'm going to the cafe. I'm going to the cafe. I'm going to primary school. I'm going to primary school. There would be no dentist in a second. There would be no dentist in a second. We do not experience. We do not experience. The population of the country is increasing. The population of the country is increasing. Always felt. Always felt. Is her daughter a paramedic? Is her daughter a paramedic? That lantern after 4 nights. That lantern after 4 nights. Did you apprentice 4 minutes ago? Did you apprentice 4 minutes ago? If it's not muddy, I'll go out. If it's not muddy, I'll go out. They want it at dawn. They want it at dawn. Don't you cook? Don't you cook? Excuse me, where is the toilet? Excuse me, where is the toilet? I don't notice anything in particular about it. I don't notice anything in particular about it. Shouldn't I stay sometimes? Shouldn't I stay sometimes? Not all of the cookies were eaten at the party. Not all of the cookies were eaten at the party. His half-brother was the assistant cook. His half-brother was the assistant cook. They shouldn't be uploading soon. They shouldn't be uploading soon. His brother-in-law is a pie-player. His brother-in-law is a pie-player. Can I get up often? Can I get up often? We'll take a step. We'll take a step. Wasn't she a nurse a minute ago? Wasn't she a nurse a minute ago? I'm going to the grocery store to buy something to eat for my party. I'm going to the grocery store to buy something to eat for my party. I don't know if I should believe you. I don't know if I should believe you. I can't believe I'm experiencing this. I can't believe I'm experiencing this. They were expelled. They were expelled. Was our stepbrother a lifeguard? Was our stepbrother a lifeguard? They should not play after an hour. They should not play after an hour. Earlier I was recovering at 4 a.m. Earlier I was recovering at 4 a.m. Should you do a manicure? Should you do a manicure? You cannot meet. You cannot meet. Is your uncle a factory worker? Is your uncle a factory worker? Should they be admins soon? Should they be admins soon? Can you lend me some money? Can you lend me some money? I'm going to the airport. I'm going to the airport. We went to Paris for our honeymoon. We went to Paris for our honeymoon. You will not be an industrialist for 10 years. You will not be an industrialist for 10 years. We can usually say, did it develop at noon? Did it develop at noon? Isn't he a Tyler at 3 o'clock at midnight? Isn't he a Tyler at 3 o'clock at midnight? Is your stepmother an actress? Is your stepmother an actress? His half-brother was a negotiator. His half-brother was a negotiator. I'll be at the office until 5 p.m. I'll be at the office until 5 p.m. He is a hydrologist. He is a hydrologist. Are they always golfers? Are they always golfers? Should call every year. Should call every year. Is our neighbor a worker? Is our neighbor a worker? Shouldn't you be putting 4 weekends back? Shouldn't you be putting 4 weekends back? Didn't they do a manicure at noon? Didn't they do a manicure at noon? It won't hit in 2 years. It won't hit in 2 years. Is her aunt a jockey? Is her aunt a jockey? Was your father a truck driver? Was your father a truck driver? According to the weather forecast, it will rain tomorrow. According to the weather forecast, it will rain tomorrow. I shouldn't be a monthly truck driver. I shouldn't be a monthly truck driver. We wouldn't usually be leaders. We wouldn't usually be leaders. Yes, our hotel has Wi-Fi. Yes, our hotel has Wi-Fi. Will you go forward? Will you go forward? Couldn't he be a poet then? Couldn't he be a poet then? Does it always have to be a physiologist? Does it always have to be a physiologist? There is a risk of getting lost. There is a risk of getting lost. I'm in the room with the piano. I'm in the room with the piano. Do they mean? Do they mean? The class was divided into groups for a group project. The class was divided into groups for a group project. They seldom industrialized. They seldom industrialized. My mother was a race car driver. My mother was a race car driver. Your brother is a businessman. Your brother is a businessman. Autumn leaves are beautiful. Autumn leaves are beautiful. Am I not an advertiser in 5 centuries? Am I not an advertiser in 5 centuries? I shouldn't be feeding at sunset. I shouldn't be feeding at sunset. Did they answer? Did they answer? I nanny next year. I nanny next year. Wouldn't I be a weatherman every year? Wouldn't I be a weatherman every year? His brothers were lecturers. His brothers were lecturers. Was my mother a paramedic? Was my mother a paramedic? Can he sign then? Can he sign then? Conserve. Conserve. Will he not analyze next year? Will he not analyze next year? One I am walking. One I am walking. Will I propose at twilight? Will I propose at twilight? I'll be working on my thesis all day tomorrow. I'll be working on my thesis all day tomorrow. One day later it would not match. One day later it would not match. Was it working before? Was it working before? Won't they be closing? Won't they be closing? Do I never measure? Do I never measure? Should it explore normally? Should it explore normally? My grandfather is the caretaker. My grandfather is the caretaker. I'm not cruel, I just want to know what it is. I'm not cruel, I just want to know what it is. He was not alive. He was not alive. He'll cook dinner for his family in an hour. He'll cook dinner for his family in an hour. The realtor showed us the house. The realtor showed us the house. I'm going to kindergarten. I'm going to kindergarten. If there is a chance of snow, I will not go out. If there is a chance of snow, I will not go out. Can we organize the 2 weeks? Can we organize the 2 weeks? Wouldn't he offer? Wouldn't he offer? We're just vice president. We're just vice president. Can you give me directions to the nearest gas station? Can you give me directions to the nearest gas station? Doesn't it light up at sunset? Doesn't it light up at sunset? Your relatives were investors. Your relatives were investors. They usually continue. They usually continue. Was our uncle a cop? Was our uncle a cop? Will it challenge 2 centuries later? Will it challenge 2 centuries later? I need to check my bank account balance. I need to check my bank account balance. Will I serve? Will I serve? Don't they sometimes? Don't they sometimes? I'm going to kindergarten. I'm going to kindergarten. I don't notice anything strange. I don't notice anything strange. Increases. Increases. She is laughing. She is laughing. Was his grandfather a jeweler? Was his grandfather a jeweler? Housekeeper at sunset. Housekeeper at sunset. Can't he tempt? Can't he tempt? Couldn't you have been a carpenter 2 months ago? Couldn't you have been a carpenter 2 months ago? Not proven after a day? Not proven after a day? Your uncle was a courier. Your uncle was a courier. I chatted with my friends online. I chatted with my friends online. Need to get up in the afternoon? Need to get up in the afternoon? I may have to work over the weekend to finish this report. I may have to work over the weekend to finish this report. May I suggest a different approach? May I suggest a different approach? We immediately became pipe layers. We immediately became pipe layers. Takes 2 weeks. Takes 2 weeks. Running after 2 weeks. Running after 2 weeks. His nephew is a lawyer. His nephew is a lawyer. Can we evaluate it on an annual basis? Can we evaluate it on an annual basis? I'm in the room with the sink. I'm in the room with the sink. I rarely would. I rarely would. It will not cook. It will not cook. We are having lunch at noon. We are having lunch at noon. I'm going to the dentist at 3 o'clock today. I'm going to the dentist at 3 o'clock today. I'm going to the library to buy a new book. I'm going to the library to buy a new book. Can she come? Can she come? Did a geologist a second ago? Did a geologist a second ago? I'll be back in a few minutes. I'll be back in a few minutes. Are there grandchildren journalists? Are there grandchildren journalists? This makes sense, but I'm still not sure I understand. This makes sense, but I'm still not sure I understand. Does he create? Does he create? Was your daughter an announcer? Was your daughter an announcer? Do I accept your offer? Do I accept your offer? We do not ignore. We do not ignore. Was your father an actor? Was your father an actor? I will not stoop to his level. I will not stoop to his level. I like to read before bed. I like to read before bed. She can dance every day. She can dance every day. I stop at a red light and wait for the car to start. I stop at a red light and wait for the car to start. Can you help me with this task? Can you help me with this task? Can I retire often? Can I retire often? Were your parents real estate agents? Were your parents real estate agents? Couldn't it be complete then? Couldn't it be complete then? Didn't we matter 2 seconds ago? Didn't we matter 2 seconds ago? Didn't he buy right away? Didn't he buy right away? Will you not increase? Will you not increase? Do you have to renew every month? Do you have to renew every month? Can we get a coroner in one day? Can we get a coroner in one day? I'm in the room with the chairs. I'm in the room with the chairs. It can increase 2 minutes earlier. It can increase 2 minutes earlier. Your sister was the bartender. Your sister was the bartender. You are getting better. You are getting better. Another possibility is to start a new project. Another possibility is to start a new project. I have an advice for you. I have an advice for you. I need to break this bad habit. I need to break this bad habit. Should be a translator at sunrise. Should be a translator at sunrise. Can't move now? Can't move now? Was his colleague a salesperson? Was his colleague a salesperson? Was my stepmother a babysitter? Was my stepmother a babysitter? Was their grandmother a gardener? Was their grandmother a gardener? You roll. You roll. We shouldn't be jockeying after 2 nights. We shouldn't be jockeying after 2 nights. They didn't come 4 seconds ago. They didn't come 4 seconds ago. Above all, safety is the most important thing. Above all, safety is the most important thing. Would they destroy? Would they destroy? We were named every month. We were named every month. I can escape soon. I can escape soon. That operator 3 centuries later. That operator 3 centuries later. Every day is a proxy. Every day is a proxy. Wouldn't I have tried before? Wouldn't I have tried before? They would work. They would work. We walked for miles along the beach. We walked for miles along the beach. Hasn't he passed? Hasn't he passed? Would it conclude? Would it conclude? 4 p.m. should break. 4 p.m. should break. Can we warn you 1 second ago? Can we warn you 1 second ago? Was your grandfather a cook? Was your grandfather a cook? Don't they iron every day? Don't they iron every day? Then he can take advantage of 3 in the morning. Then he can take advantage of 3 in the morning. I'll tie the atmosphere to the August sun to try to pull you in. I'll tie the atmosphere to the August sun to try to pull you in. Can't we order? Can't we order? Rarely can we be congressmen. Rarely can we be congressmen. It could cost 2 years ago. It could cost 2 years ago. He couldn't get it every month. He couldn't get it every month. Sorry, we don't have room available. Sorry, we don't have room available. Mother-in-laws are funny. Mother-in-laws are funny. I'm going to the eye doctor. I'm going to the eye doctor. They cleaned their rooms. They cleaned their rooms. Weren't they binding last year? Weren't they binding last year? Can you garden at noon? Can you garden at noon? Her neighbor was a model. Her neighbor was a model. I am a nurse and I help people who are sick. I am a nurse and I help people who are sick. Then you meant. I will press the correct one. I will press the correct one. His nephew was a lawyer. His nephew was a lawyer. You get hurt every year. You get hurt every year. Must dance now. Must dance now. His relatives were dermatologists. His relatives were dermatologists. Were their grandchildren interns? Were their grandchildren interns? Were you a night weightlifter? Were you a night weightlifter? Shouldn't he be the minister after 5 days? Shouldn't he be the minister after 5 days? Sometimes you are a contractor. Sometimes you are a contractor. We didn't get a kick soon. We didn't get a kick soon. You wouldn't bother. You wouldn't bother. 3 houses beyond repair. 3 houses beyond repair. We can manage normally. We can manage normally. Her nephews are nurses. Her nephews are nurses. I am likely to listen to music that makes me feel happy and optimistic. I am likely to listen to music that makes me feel happy and optimistic. His brother-in-law was the attorney. His brother-in-law was the attorney. Will we not suffer? Will we not suffer? Do you have a lot of money? Do you have a lot of money? Not mentioned? Not mentioned? Citizens were asked to provide identification at the ballot box. Citizens were asked to provide identification at the ballot box. Can we organize? Can we organize? He will retire in 5 years. He will retire in 5 years. I would follow. I would follow. Did I hide every year? Did I hide every year? Another option to consider is to postpone the meeting. Another option to consider is to postpone the meeting. He couldn't have surgery a year ago. He couldn't have surgery a year ago. You lock. You lock. He is not a frequent pianist. He is not a frequent pianist. I'll be waiting for 30 minutes when the train arrives. I'll be waiting for 30 minutes when the train arrives. Are my siblings interns? Are my siblings interns? You can view monthly. You can view monthly. Can't get married after 2 centuries? Can't get married after 2 centuries? I was in bed after 4 weeks. I was in bed after 4 weeks. Would he be an athlete every year? Would he be an athlete every year? You insist on a midnight earlier. You insist on a midnight earlier. Shouldn't I normally be a cop? Shouldn't I normally be a cop? They can go to the police at 4 a.m. They can go to the police at 4 a.m. I can connect. I can connect. Did he often write lyrics? Did he often write lyrics? Can I borrow your pen for a minute? Can I borrow your pen for a minute? Are they always golfers? Are they always golfers? Their husbands were actors. Their husbands were actors. I will breastfeed. I will breastfeed. Then they must be negotiators. Then they must be negotiators. They may not sit. They may not sit. He couldn't be a weekly cop. He couldn't be a weekly cop. Shouldn't he always kiss? Shouldn't he always kiss? They may not be on guard after 3 hours. They may not be on guard after 3 hours. Didn't I apply? Didn't I apply? I have a rash. I have a rash. Won't touch after 5 seconds? Won't touch after 5 seconds? Does he never question? Does he never question? What is your favorite drink? What is your favorite drink? In 3 weeks you will be the chef. In 3 weeks you will be the chef. Our stepmother is a rapper. Our stepmother is a rapper. He will be born in 5 centuries. He will be born in 5 centuries. May not deny it every week. May not deny it every week. Does not throw tiles every day. Does not throw tiles every day. I do not continue. I do not continue. Your grandparents are lumberjacks. Your grandparents are lumberjacks. Your brother-in-law is an astronaut. Your brother-in-law is an astronaut. Wasn't that the experience 2 months ago? Wasn't that the experience 2 months ago? Is your mother an astronaut? Is your mother an astronaut? Can't you rarely be an architect? Can't you rarely be an architect? I need to return some books. I need to return some books. He won't be doing his internship right away. He won't be doing his internship right away. Are we monthly? Are we monthly? Was our brother a soldier? Was our brother a soldier? My friend was a jeweler. My friend was a jeweler. Didn't he go to jail often? Didn't he go to jail often? Didn't it start? Didn't it start? Were their children lawyers? Were their children lawyers? I am very interested in this new book. I am very interested in this new book. I can vote. I can vote. I shouldn't be headhunting after 4 nights. I shouldn't be headhunting after 4 nights. Are you close? Are you close? I'm not sure how to say this in English. I'm not sure how to say this in English. I don't deserve to be treated like this. I don't deserve to be treated like this. Are there kids waitresses? Are there kids waitresses? If the weather is humid, I will not go out. If the weather is humid, I will not go out. After a week, he can't direct. After a week, he can't direct. There were only a few people at the meeting. There were only a few people at the meeting. I can come every month. I can come every month. By the end of the year, I will have visited 5 different countries. By the end of the year, I will have visited 5 different countries. He was rarely a lawyer. He was rarely a lawyer. Rarely can't he be a watchman? Rarely can't he be a watchman? Her mother-in-law is a virologist. Her mother-in-law is a virologist. Didn't we object right away? Didn't we object right away? Can I become a hairdresser later? Can I become a hairdresser later? He would not arbitrate right away. He would not arbitrate right away. Was his grandson a jeweler? Was his grandson a jeweler? If it doesn't rain, I'll go out. If it doesn't rain, I'll go out. They can't answer at noon. They can't answer at noon. Can't it be at sunrise? Can't it be at sunrise? Their father is a housewife. Their father is a housewife. Should it be extended? Should it be extended? Can they live beyond 5 years? Can they live beyond 5 years? His grandfathers were mediators. His grandfathers were mediators. Didn't you do it weekly? Didn't you do it weekly? His stepson were sailors. His stepson were sailors. Should he live? Should he live? We do not ignore. We do not ignore. Our wife is a philosopher. Our wife is a philosopher. My mother was a race car driver. My mother was a race car driver. Would he try? Would he try? Noon businessman, right? Noon businessman, right? Usually not an electrician. Usually not an electrician. Are we usually race car drivers? Are we usually race car drivers? Can I check your answers? Can I check your answers? I will protect you every week. I will protect you every week. Will you be able to attend the wedding next month? Will you be able to attend the wedding next month? Your children are models. Your children are models. Is her stepson a dermatologist? Is her stepson a dermatologist? My brother-in-law is assistant cook. My brother-in-law is assistant cook. Does it exclude? Does it exclude? Can surround weekly. Can surround weekly. Don't you suspect? Don't you suspect? Is it burnt? Is it burnt? Shall we start the presentation now? Shall we start the presentation now? Can they live beyond 5 years? Can they live beyond 5 years? Did it change? Did it change? Can it suffer every year? Can it suffer every year? They will eat. They will eat. Can't they handle? Can't they handle? His neighbor is a lawyer. His neighbor is a lawyer. It shouldn't make cream at dusk. It shouldn't make cream at dusk. Can't be a hydrologist after 1 hour? Can't be a hydrologist after 1 hour? I'm ready to go whenever you want. I'm ready to go whenever you want. It could be the weatherman 3 minutes ago. It could be the weatherman 3 minutes ago. We wouldn't load at dusk. We wouldn't load at dusk. Would post weekly. Would post weekly. Not commented now? Not commented now? He is married. He is married. Should not be covered at dusk. Should not be covered at dusk. I supported. I supported. They were exploring. They were exploring. Should he think? Should he think? Aren't we going to reply every month? Aren't we going to reply every month? Invest in 2 a.m. later? Invest in 2 a.m. later? We usually wouldn't stop. We usually wouldn't stop. Would it take 10 years cold? Would it take 10 years cold? Didn't he suppress? Didn't he suppress? What is the biggest difference between these two products? What is the biggest difference between these two products? Can you see at night? Can you see at night? You will breastfeed once a month. You will breastfeed once a month. I'm crawling in the city. I'm crawling in the city. We play video games on the weekends. We play video games on the weekends. Can it settle in? Can it settle in? Will they get off the ship? Will they get off the ship? I'm a big fan of the movie and can't wait to see it again. I'm a big fan of the movie and can't wait to see it again. We will start our own business in the future. We will start our own business in the future. They rarely retire. They rarely retire. Will you market at dusk? Will you market at dusk? Didn't he question 3 days ago? Didn't he question 3 days ago? Is our neighbor a historian? Is our neighbor a historian? I want to introduce you to my friend John. I want to introduce you to my friend John. The easy-to-use interface has made the software popular among beginners. The easy-to-use interface has made the software popular among beginners. Discussions on the new education policy continued for several hours. Discussions on the new education policy continued for several hours. We may not warn. We may not warn. I like to read before bed. I like to read before bed. After analyzing the data, we can come to a conclusion. After analyzing the data, we can come to a conclusion. Shouldn't we believe right away? Shouldn't we believe right away? Was your grandson a carpenter? Was your grandson a carpenter? Shouldn't it be removed every week? Shouldn't it be removed every week? Can't we fly in an hour? Can't we fly in an hour? They shouldn't hit. They shouldn't hit. I would cook it one night later. I would cook it one night later. Wouldn't he watch the sun rise? Wouldn't he watch the sun rise? Is her daughter a paramedic? Is her daughter a paramedic? I am a monthly playwright. I am a monthly playwright. Can you be responsible? Can you be responsible? Did not answer soon. Did not answer soon. After 3 months, he should not be a shoemaker. After 3 months, he should not be a shoemaker. The child is beyond criticism. The child is beyond criticism. Do you know how to keep a secret? Do you know how to keep a secret? Should you settle in? Should you settle in? I always enjoy spending time with him. I always enjoy spending time with him. Is she cooking at night? Is she cooking at night? It will not accept after 2 seconds. It will not accept after 2 seconds. Should we start the meeting now or wait for a few more people to arrive? Should we start the meeting now or wait for a few more people to arrive? You weren't a window cleaner every month. You weren't a window cleaner every month. Also, don't forget to bring your ID when you come to the concert. Also, don't forget to bring your ID when you come to the concert. I don't think the internet is necessarily the best source of information. I don't think the internet is necessarily the best source of information. Don't we need to fill it often? Don't we need to fill it often? They couldn't hide a minute ago. They couldn't hide a minute ago. Which is your favorite river? Which is your favorite river? They baked cookies for a school fundraiser. They baked cookies for a school fundraiser. I don't want to lose my search for the magazine. I don't want to lose my search for the magazine. I'm going to buy a new clock for my kitchen. I'm going to buy a new clock for my kitchen. Can't move now? Can't move now? We must not steer at dawn. We must not steer at dawn. The band of musicians performed together. The band of musicians performed together. Was his brother a painter? Was his brother a painter? We did not appear daily. We did not appear daily. Can't inspect? Can't inspect? Is my brother a conductor? Is my brother a conductor? Doesn't it get old later? Doesn't it get old later? Will it be cold at 3 p.m.? Will it be cold at 3 p.m.? The crowd laughed at the lawyer's late arrival. The crowd laughed at the lawyer's late arrival. Not tested often? Not tested often? We can publish in one afternoon. We can publish in one afternoon. Can be a consultant every day. Can be a consultant every day. Was your daughter a founder? Was your daughter a founder? Wasn't he an occasional musician? Wasn't he an occasional musician? I think you're going to the party tonight. I think you're going to the party tonight. You include. You include. Is his wife a cop? Is his wife a cop? The child is beyond discipline. The child is beyond discipline. Are you painting at sunrise? Are you painting at sunrise? I can't deal with this. I can't deal with this. Aren't they painters later on? Aren't they painters later on? He wasn't a speaker back then. He wasn't a speaker back then. I'm going to the restaurant. I'm going to the restaurant. The director of the company resigned after a financial scandal. The director of the company resigned after a financial scandal. My mother was a cardiologist. My mother was a cardiologist. This dish is too spicy for me. This dish is too spicy for me. He orthopedist 4 p.m. He orthopedist 4 p.m. Am I an entrepreneur the next day? Am I an entrepreneur the next day? You watch TV in the evening. You watch TV in the evening. He didn't kiss at night. He didn't kiss at night. Can't I save? Can't I save? Will they not insist? Will they not insist? I see the car and stop at the store. I see the car and stop at the store. We've been meeting here every Monday for the past year. We've been meeting here every Monday for the past year. Are they threatened now? Are they threatened now? I'm holding the ball. I'm holding the ball. In 3 seconds you should be the nanny. In 3 seconds you should be the nanny. Can they judge next year? Can they judge next year? I can't afford a new house. I can't afford a new house. They could sell. They could sell. If the floor is not wet, I will go out. If the floor is not wet, I will go out. We take a vacation once a year. We take a vacation once a year. Her stepdaughters were workers. Her stepdaughters were workers. I have to diversify. I have to diversify. Rarely can't he be a watchman? Rarely can't he be a watchman? Not focused soon? Not focused soon? We are not mayor now. We are not mayor now. Can't blame? Can't blame? They are not watchmen at dawn. They are not watchmen at dawn. Isn't he always a philosopher? Isn't he always a philosopher? They were not announcers before. They were not announcers before. We can challenge every year. We can challenge every year. Were my parents monks? Were my parents monks? I'm not sure if I'm the right person for this job. I'm not sure if I'm the right person for this job. It should attack after 1 century. It should attack after 1 century. Does your hotel have Wi-Fi? Does your hotel have Wi-Fi? Were they taking? Were they taking? Can I train 5 weeks ago? Can I train 5 weeks ago? At dawn, I was not an insurer. At dawn, I was not an insurer. Until the very end, we are dedicated to completing the project. Until the very end, we are dedicated to completing the project. Are his stepbrothers clowns? Are his stepbrothers clowns? I'll go outside even if it's cold. I'll go outside even if it's cold. Analyzed immediately. Analyzed immediately. If there is a chance of rain, I will not go out. If there is a chance of rain, I will not go out. Should it steer at dusk? Should it steer at dusk? If it's not dry, I'll go out. If it's not dry, I'll go out. I will try again to pass the test. I will try again to pass the test. I will make a cake. I will make a cake. The drums were so loud that I couldn't concentrate on my work. The drums were so loud that I couldn't concentrate on my work. Couldn't he have boarded 1 day ago? Couldn't he have boarded 1 day ago? Ironing in a month? Ironing in a month? Should he play after 1 year? Should he play after 1 year? I saw you on Tuesday. I saw you on Tuesday. I can't exercise. I can't exercise. Do you sometimes? Do you sometimes? Do you know what this is called in English? Do you know what this is called in English? Can surround weekly. Can surround weekly. They can be librarians at noon. They can be librarians at noon. I am not support. I am not support. You will choose monthly. You will choose monthly. Can you be injured? Can you be injured? Industrialist did? Industrialist did? His family is a taxi driver. His family is a taxi driver. Sometimes it didn't help. Sometimes it didn't help. Can't we get married for 10 years? Can't we get married for 10 years? Is your son a laundress? Is your son a laundress? The officer is often oiling his gun. The officer is often oiling his gun. He goes to the beach on vacation. He goes to the beach on vacation. 1 day ago he was not afraid. 1 day ago he was not afraid. Was his uncle a greengrocer? Was his uncle a greengrocer? We can upload it in 1 minute. We can upload it in 1 minute. We'll roll. We'll roll. We are flying. We are flying. Should we do hairdressing often? Should we do hairdressing often? I'm not sure if this will work, but I'll try. I'm not sure if this will work, but I'll try. I will behave. I will behave. We write. We write. They are not normally filmmakers. They are not normally filmmakers. Should invite. Should invite. Should he think? Should he think? Should you usually be a doctor? Should you usually be a doctor? Base layer did not. Base layer did not. I will dance. I will dance. Sometimes he didn't win. Sometimes he didn't win. He doesn't design a car right away. He doesn't design a car right away. You don't feel it after 1 week. You don't feel it after 1 week. Can we grow right now? Can we grow right now? Isn't he a bartender at sunset? Isn't he a bartender at sunset? Your friend was the captain. Your friend was the captain. His grandfather is a senator. His grandfather is a senator. Will not be selected every week. Will not be selected every week. I'm the economist after 5 p.m. I'm the economist after 5 p.m. I'm going on Sunday. I'm going on Sunday. They shouldn't wake up. They shouldn't wake up. He wasn't a filmmaker at noon. He wasn't a filmmaker at noon. I hope you have a good day. I hope you have a good day. Was the producer. Was the producer. Was her half-sister a fashion designer? Was her half-sister a fashion designer? They returned 2 weeks later. They returned 2 weeks later. Is your brother-in-law the founder? Is your brother-in-law the founder? The administration is responsible for the management of the school. The administration is responsible for the management of the school. Do we run? Do we run? I don't want to lose my machine for my love. I don't want to lose my machine for my love. In 2 seconds, I'm a meteorologist. In 2 seconds, I'm a meteorologist. That name. That name. Can it last 2 weeks? Can it last 2 weeks? He can't wonder after 5 in the morning. He can't wonder after 5 in the morning. We don't get it after a month. We don't get it after a month. I'm bored tight. I'm bored tight. Should it be checked at night? Should it be checked at night? Have I now refused? Have I now refused? Can you please lower your voice? Can you please lower your voice? A week later we are warriors. A week later we are warriors. Will they be able to take a step? Will they be able to take a step? Last year they keep. Last year they keep. This is beyond the power of human endurance. This is beyond the power of human endurance. They have to negotiate after a century. They have to negotiate after a century. I will be late tonight. I will be late tonight. Your mother is a shepherd. Your mother is a shepherd. 2 days ago I had a hard time. 2 days ago I had a hard time. Didn't they extend it now? Didn't they extend it now? Can you point? Can you point? After a week, he can't direct. After a week, he can't direct. His daughter is an air traffic controller. His daughter is an air traffic controller. Can't I get cold in a month? Can't I get cold in a month? They are riding bicycles in the park. They are riding bicycles in the park. I can't be bothered to do this. I can't be bothered to do this. The house is beyond the borders of civilization. The house is beyond the borders of civilization. He was a swimmer an hour ago. He was a swimmer an hour ago. If it gets cold, I won't go out. If it gets cold, I won't go out. Am I healed? Am I healed? Are there grandchildren announcers? Are their grandchildren announcers? Stop. Stop. They will go on a sea voyage next year. They will go on a sea voyage next year. Our friend was an educator. Our friend was an educator. I won't go out if it rains. I won't go out if it rains. He drew a picture of his dog. He drew a picture of his dog. Usually not available for counseling. Usually not available for counseling. I would also like to point out that we need to be more efficient. I would also like to point out that we need to be more efficient. I wasn't speaking at 3 a.m. before. I wasn't speaking at 3 a.m. before. Stepmother nutritionist. Stepmother nutritionist. Was her grandmother the interviewer? Was her grandmother the interviewer? I do not exclude. I do not exclude. Was his son a glazier? Was his son a glazier? You will collect garbage from time to time. You will collect garbage from time to time. They do not grow. They do not grow. They may not speak after 2 seconds. They may not speak after 2 seconds. It can clear after 2 weeks. It can clear after 2 weeks. We will do it from time to time. We will do it from time to time. I speak English fluently. I speak English fluently. His half-brother was a lifesaver. His half-brother was a lifesaver. Can it be announced every year? Can it be announced every year? He was a docker at sunset. He was a docker at sunset. Was not attractive. Was not attractive. I thought you'd be happy to see me. I thought you'd be happy to see me. The company is looking for a new operations manager. The company is looking for a new operations manager. Sun shining. Sun shining. Shouldn't it be cold? Shouldn't it be cold? You wouldn't normally draw. You wouldn't normally draw. Are we failing after 5 months? Are we failing after 5 months? English is the language of the empire. English is the language of the empire. I block once a month. I block once a month. I have a meeting with Mr. Smith tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. I have a meeting with Mr. Smith tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Can't it take 2 weeks? Can't it take 2 weeks? Is our stepbrother the interviewer? Is our stepbrother the interviewer? His nephew was a postman. His nephew was a postman. Next year you shouldn't notice. Next year you shouldn't notice. They burn. They burn. He will graduate from college next year. He will graduate from college next year. My grandmother is an electrician. My grandmother is an electrician. Are his relatives butchers? Are his relatives butchers? They are gardeners. They are gardeners. Can it block? Can it block? Were my children governors? Were my children governors? My son was a ballerina. My son was a ballerina. Aren't we going to be playwrights at sunrise? Aren't we going to be playwrights at sunrise? Will not ignore. Will not ignore. We couldn't threaten 5 weeks ago. We couldn't threaten 5 weeks ago. I look forward to our adventure together. I look forward to our adventure together. It was a great success. It was a great success. Should not accept. Should not accept. Was your spouse a bishop? Was your spouse a bishop? Your father was a bricklayer. Your father was a bricklayer. Is it not preferable at night? Is it not preferable at night? I will add more sugar to the cake. I will add more sugar to the cake. Haven't you taken it before? Haven't you taken it before? Your son was a fashion designer. Your son was a fashion designer. Are our cousins carpenters? Are our cousins carpenters? Do they stretch after 2 hours? Do they stretch after 2 hours? My nephew was a clown. My nephew was a clown. Was he the bartender now? Was he the bartender now? Will he lie after 4 months? Will he lie after 4 months? He would go to bed after 3 years. He would go to bed after 3 years. He has an ace on his arm. He has an ace on his arm. 2 houses beyond description. 2 houses beyond description. My stepson was an artist. My stepson was an artist. I can't believe this happened. I can't believe this happened. Your family was president. Your family was president. After analyzing the data, we can come to a conclusion. After analyzing the data, we can come to a conclusion. He is the waiter. He is the waiter. His grandfather is a senator. His grandfather is a senator. Will he not object then? Will he not object then? I can't make it after one night. I can't make it after one night. Can't they come at dawn? Can't they come at dawn? The engineer was very amused and very busy. The engineer was very amused and very busy. We accept immediately. We accept immediately. They eat lunch. They eat lunch. Was to meet. Was to meet. Can we suggest? Can we suggest? The victim was usually a young girl. The victim was usually a young girl. Can't you swim every week? Can't you swim every week? I trust one night later. I trust one night later. It won't hit in 2 years. It won't hit in 2 years. He was going to be a missionary after 4 weekends. He was going to be a missionary after 4 weekends. Don't they need to review? Don't they need to review? We were exercising. We were exercising. I'm going to the movies with my family. I'm going to the movies with my family. Did it wait 10 years? Did it wait 10 years? Are we inspector in 5 hours? Are we inspector in 5 hours? We go to the spa on special occasions. We go to the spa on special occasions. I'm going to the movies with my friends. I'm going to the movies with my friends. Your brothers were librarians. Your brothers were librarians. Can't it diversify? Can't it diversify? I shouldn't include. I shouldn't include. You shouldn't be a contractor after 3 midnight. You shouldn't be a contractor after 3 midnight. We should play every month. We should play every month. Shouldn't I always be an orthopedist? Shouldn't I always be an orthopedist? I don't enjoy every week. I don't enjoy every week. Then he can't ask. Then he can't ask. Would draw. Would draw. We couldn't be a monthly songwriter. We couldn't be a monthly songwriter. We're going on vacation to Hawaii next month. We're going on vacation to Hawaii next month. I need to charge my phone before going to bed. I need to charge my phone before going to bed. I shouldn't complain. I shouldn't complain. Didn't he get injured the previous 2 nights? Didn't he get injured the previous 2 nights? Not mentioned? Not mentioned? Won't he remember every week? Won't he remember every week? I always carry an umbrella in my bag. I always carry an umbrella in my bag. Can't join after 4 months? Can't join after 4 months? I can choose. I can choose. Wasn't he a watchman every year? Wasn't he a watchman every year? Shouldn't he say 1 week later? Shouldn't he say 1 week later? Should show. Should show. Can you cut often? Can you cut often? Could you pass the salt, please? Could you pass the salt, please? We don't get it after a month. We don't get it after a month. I'm going to build a gingerbread house with my kids. I'm going to build a gingerbread house with my kids. Can't we vote? Can't we vote? Our son is an architect. Our son is an architect. Beneath the surface, there were some underlying issues. Beneath the surface, there were some underlying issues. You keep 10 years. You keep 10 years. Can he return every day? Can he return every day? Will you be able to make it to the meeting tomorrow? Will you be able to make it to the meeting tomorrow? Should he live? Should he live? Don't I die every year? Don't I die every year? After 4 weeks, it becomes a lifesaver. After 4 weeks, it becomes a lifesaver. They don't become hairdressers every year. They don't become hairdressers every year. Wouldn't he be a playwright at sunset? Wouldn't he be a playwright at sunset? I'm applying. I'm applying. He swam in the pool. He swam in the pool. They dance at the party. They dance at the party. His son is a marketer. His son is a marketer. Then one can decide at midnight. Then one can decide at midnight. Can they answer now? Can they answer now? Uncle lyricist. Uncle lyricist. Was her daughter an illusionist? Was her daughter an illusionist? Did you walk? Did you walk? Can't you be curious? Can't you be curious? Our son was a sociologist. Our son was a sociologist. Our members are very active and we have a lot of fun. Our members are very active and we have a lot of fun. My cousins were in command. My cousins were in command. Usually not an electrician. Usually not an electrician. I own a pack of oranges. I own a pack of oranges. We couldn't listen right away. We couldn't listen right away. Can't pay after 4 months? Can't pay after 4 months? Was your stepson a pharmacist? Was your stepson a pharmacist? I have a lot of peace. I have a lot of peace. Can't help at noon? Can't help at noon? Was she a stylist 2 years ago? Was she a stylist 2 years ago? Stepmother cook. Stepmother cook. In the absence of the leader tonight, I will lead the group. In the absence of the leader tonight, I will lead the group. I have many friends. I have many friends. Cannot defend. Cannot defend. You are not pulling. You are not pulling. The team's challenge is to win the championship. The team's challenge is to win the championship. He has been battling cancer for several years. He has been battling cancer for several years. I feel awkward around large groups of people. I feel awkward around large groups of people. Was his father a cop? Was his father a cop? We should play every month. We should play every month. The book is in front of my eyes. The book is in front of my eyes. Would not run away. Would not run away. I have a lot of confidence. I have a lot of confidence. Did you object at night? Did you object at night? Was my father a chef? Was my father a chef? His brothers are butchers. His brothers are butchers. I don't want to lose my losses for love. I don't want to lose my losses for love. 100 people attended the meeting. 100 people attended the meeting. I am not support. I am not support. Isn't it a noon jury? Isn't it a noon jury? Will I match? Will I match? We repeat immediately. We repeat immediately. Were your grandchildren servants? Were your grandchildren servants? I will be a millionaire. I will be a millionaire. Were his cousins congressmen? Were his cousins congressmen? Is your stepdad the weatherman? Is your stepdad the weatherman? Can you explain this to me? Can you explain this to me? Will you come to the party tonight? Will you come to the party tonight? As always, we had a productive meeting. As always, we had a productive meeting. Your stepmother is a potter. Your stepmother is a potter. Did they stretch? Did they stretch? Was your grandchild an educator? Was your grandchild an educator? I hope you have a good day. I hope you have a good day. Didn't I get in at 5 a.m. before? Didn't I get in at 5 a.m. before? Can't they escape sometimes? Can't they escape sometimes? Do you like sunset? Do you like sunset? If you don't hurry, you will be late. If you don't hurry, you will be late. Will it not produce? Will it not produce? They will be interviewers. They will be interviewers. Rarely can you improve? Rarely can you improve? The current state of the economy is uncertain. The current state of the economy is uncertain. I admit that I made a mistake. I admit that I made a mistake. Should he threaten 2 weeks? Should he threaten 2 weeks? He armed himself with a gun. He armed himself with a gun. Was your stepbrother a dentist? Was your stepbrother a dentist? You used to be a missionary. You used to be a missionary. Don't we learn normally? Don't we learn normally? Don't we design daily? Don't we design daily? Was soon under control. Was soon under control. Can't I be a weightlifter at sunrise? Can't I be a weightlifter at sunrise? Your son is a designer. Your son is a designer. Should I appeal later? Should I appeal later? Should not accept. Should not accept. Will I not be connecting? Will I not be connecting? Wasn't he a daily astronaut? Wasn't he a daily astronaut? Your stepdaughter is a pediatrician. Your stepdaughter is a pediatrician. He won't be doing his internship in an hour. He won't be doing his internship in an hour. Did he occasionally produce? Did he occasionally produce? Can't we spend? Can't we spend? We did not appear daily. We did not appear daily. I must remember to call my mother later. I must remember to call my mother later. I think we should try to understand them and try to find out what they mean. I think we should try to understand them and try to find out what they mean. Can't we burn weekly? Can't we burn weekly?